Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, everyone. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. And joining me today is Director Nemo.
Hello, everyone. I'm here because me and Grandpa have the same degree of questionable use.
It's true. It's true. It's actually one of those things I like to point out that I find deeply, deeply funny is that my undergraduate was actually in chemistry, which I did entirely for pragmatic reasons, right? I did it
Wait,
because
you got a doctorate degree in sociology? Oh, you did the right way.
yeah, don't get an undergraduate in sociology. That's silly.
I did, and I regret it every day.
Honestly, it's like my longest term advice, my long standing advice about undergraduate degrees is major in something you actually find exciting. Because like that's what determines like how you're going to do at the upper level classes, right? Like like natural talent does not actually fucking matter by the time you get to the 300 level 300s. It's just like it's just how much enthusiasm you have. Like the people who have no talent and no skill and terrible habits but care about the topic will just win. They will just take you out back and beat you to death at the subject when we get into once you get into like the 300 and 400 level coursework. But honestly, I'm starting to revise it and be like, for your undergraduate degree, it should be a language. Just fuck it. Just learn a language. Like there's
That's
nothing,
what I that's
there's
what
like
I
nothing
wanted
else that
to
matters.
do.
Like
That's what I would have done if not for COVID.
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's quite understandable. Yeah, like when learn languages when you're young. Learn a language. Learn some math. Nothing else. Like who cares? Like nobody really cares what your degree is in, right? Like I know finance guys who have degrees in physics. My undergraduate was in chemistry, and like I literally never got a chemistry job after I finished my undergraduate. Not a single time. Not a single time I've not set foot into a lab for money since I finished the degree. I had chemistry jobs before I finished the degree, but once I finished the degree, it was like it's just completely closed behind me. Completely closed behind me. And yeah,
Funny
trying to
enough,
do.
I have never had a sociology job. Period.
Yeah, well, it turned out to be I've gotten jobs off of the sociology that have nothing that were not in academia. It turned out to be very useful for like social service type work.
I now you see the issue is that I got my degree and then
Yeah,
I started looking for jobs and then
foolish move.
all
Yeah.
of the jobs that it would have been applicable for s- they became woke
Hell yeah.
and were therefore slaughtered.
No, okay, I understand. This
I
is
don't
this
have a
is
problem with them being woke. It's that they got labeled woke.
yes. They don't actually have to be woke, right? They don't actually have to be
No,
woke. I
no,
mean,
but
uh this is the horrible thing, right? Like I was shit. I was yeah. No, that's not what it is about. The wokeness is wokeness is something different than what anybody can ever explain.
it's a bugbear.
It's a bugbear. It's not. I would say it's a shibboleth, but it's not a shibboleth. It's a
It's a it's a Vernerin spook.
okay, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, it is a spook. Yeah, it is a spook. Yeah, wokeness is when anyone I don't like does something I don't like. They don't even have to do something you don't like. They just have to be
It's
someone you
when
don't like.
it's when I have an opportunity to own the libs.
Like Harvard just like lost. Like they've made it so that Harvard University college enrollment does not count as a visa justification. Which is to say, like, they're expelling 100% of Harvard's 7,000 international students.
Incredible.
And it's like because Harvard like
Who all
looked
pay
at
an exorbitant amount of money to be in this country.
yeah, and our Harvard, I shit talk Harvard a lot.
As you should.
As I should. I shit talk Harvard a lot. I shit talk Princeton a lot, which may be less justified. I don't really shit talk Harvard as much as Yale as much as I probably should. But like these institutions are like a fairly significant percentage of all of the United States power on the planet.
Yeah.
like by themselves. Like the international draw of getting the best minds in China and France and Russia, and fuck it, Nigeria and South Africa and Brazil to all come to the United States because of the possibility of Harvard. Like, that's a significant percentage of all of the power the United States have. And to just like give that up because they like looked at your like grudge about student life community centers, because that's what it's about. That's like the wokeness, is like the community center like had a pride flag. It's like it's like why this is happening.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Does not come the fuck on. Sorry, we're already getting hot. We're already getting hot here. We're just opening up hot. just opening up with the flames. Yeah, they need to make room for all the genius janitors. Yeah. No, we have only learned things from movies, and what we learn from movies, which admittedly, like, I actually like the lesson of that. That, like, as Stephen Jay Gould said, I am less interested in the curves of Einstein's mind than the thousands of equal geniuses who spent their lives toiling away in farms and fields. Having a system where like you filter people out based on birth on whether or not you think they're going to be a good mathematician is completely insane, because good mathematicians are like, they're not distributed like that at all. Good mathematicians are distributed extremely strangely. They're all over the place. The most published mathematician of all time. Do you know the most published mathematician of all time? This is a good piece of trivia.
Is it Erdős?
Yes, it's Erdős. Yeah, you know Erdős.
Yeah, because I had a professor who had he had his Erdős number on his website.
Which is fair. If you've got an Erdős number below 10, that's like worth putting down.
I think his was 4.
4 is pretty good. I have met a 3. I've never met a 2. But yeah, that's pretty good. 4 is pretty good. For people who might not know about this one, Paul Erdős was a mathematician, Hungarian, right?
Yes.
Yes, of course, with a name like Erdős, with like the weird like double carrots over the O, which somehow changes the way the S is pronounced because Hungarian. But yeah, Paul Erdős was a mathematician who published more papers than fucking Euler, which is ludicrous. Like 1,650 or something like that. And so first of all, he's the most published mathematician of all time. And there are 2 things that happen here that make him really kind of an interesting character. One is that if he hung out with you enough, he would just give you credit on his papers. Specifically, if he slept on your couch.
I got this idea while we were talking.
Yeah, well, specifically, like if he was sleeping on your couch, he would always include you as a co-author.
Right.
And he was sleeping on people's couches all the time because he was completely insane. He was too insane to like live in a house. Like he was too deranged for that. So he was always just crashing on other mathematicians' houses. Okay, hello Flea Flicker. Welcome in Raiders.
Hello.
Welcome in Raiders. I haven't even gotten to my initial hellos, but we are still getting started. We are still warming up here. Flea Flicker. What were you up to, Flea Flicker? Dark Souls 2. I hope you're enjoying Dark Souls 2. This is the channel where we have
pleasure of playing Dark Souls 2.
This is the channel where we occasionally have done geometric integration on screen. This is true. This is true. But yes, I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and I hope that you're having a lovely time with Dark Souls 2. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. If you would like to listen to me and the evil bunny boy have a lengthy discussion on a wide variety of topics, please let me know. I'm not playing Dark Souls 2. For the people who are unfamiliar with this, here, I even have a command for this. I am the worst Dark Souls player of all time. I managed to get to 2024 without even knowing what genre of game Dark Souls was. And then I played it live on stream. I lost to the Asylum Demon 123 times.
Incredible.
My playthrough is still going. I just took a break. I was playing it for all of March of this year. I got to 1,492 deaths.
Remarkable.
I am so bad. I only got tilted. The only thing that actually got me to tilt out was learning that there was no that the pause button doesn't work. That got me really mad.
Why would it?
I need to pause for the ad breaks.
Go somewhere safe.
Well, I just died.
Yeah, just die.
I just died. I mean, dying clearly wasn't that big of a deal to me. If it was a big deal to me, I would have been very upset. But it wasn't. My chat got tilted out pretty frequently, but I didn't. An IRL friend of mine watched some of the footage, and he was just like, I'm not sure I can be friends with you anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Which was pretty good. But yes. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, hello Melkor. Yeah, that's because like while we were on the warm-up screen, I got to tell Mr. Nemo, Director Nemo, an incredible piece of Almantas lore that blew his goddamn brains out.
It did. It's bizarre.
Which is that I grew up Catholic. Me and Nemo both grew up Catholic, and we had very different Catholic upbringings.
Yes.
And I grew up with very liberal Catholicism. And my father is a Catholic convert. And
Crazy.
And he's normal.
Yeah.
He's normal. He's just like a normal guy.
Those two things don't happen together.
He's just like, he's just really in love with my mom, and my mom's Catholic, so he converted so that they could get married without causing like lots of problems for their families.
Okay, that's different. That's one thing.
Yeah.
If he was like deeply attracted to the theology, that would be another thing.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing, right? Like, I didn't realize how unusual that is until it was on Twitter, was when like it really sunk into me how weird it was. Because like I'd met a couple of Catholic converts, and most of them were kind of like what you expect out of a lot of Catholic converts, which is they're kind of quiet, kind of intense people.
Yeah, nowadays I feel like the people who are converting to Catholicism are doing it because, I don't know, their strain of like
insane.
Southern Baptist offshoot is not abusive to them enough, and they're like, I have decided to become a trad cat.
Kavo VT, thank you for the follow. Also, I forgot to say thank you for the follows to Blue Goo 131 and Alexandra Luna 13 and Salad Forest.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for the follows. But yeah, I grew up with this, like, my dad's just like this normal guy who happens to be Catholic, and the first time I got a hint that there was something weird about Catholic converts was a kid in my high school, a Jewish kid in my high school converted to Catholicism.
Oh, that's the weirdest one. Yeah,
and he joined the Knights of Columbus at like 19.
That's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Yeah, it was. I need the people who are not Catholic to understand how strange this is. I've never met another Knights of Columbus under the age of 62.
We had actually a fairly high, they call it the Squires program, where it's like a preamble to the Knights of Columbus, where like it's basically like an apprenticeship. For those of you who are unaware, the Knights of Columbus is like a Catholic social club.
Yeah.
That's like vaguely Italian, and in some places is also a cover for the mob.
In some cases, also cover the mob. Most of the time, it's very much like the Elk Society.
Yeah,
it's very much like this is an excuse for a bunch of old guys to get together and drink, and then put on capes and carry around swords. It's a very much like an old guy social club, a little like a Rotary Club. Yeah, like a Rotary Club is not that far.
It's for Italian geriatrics.
Yeah, it's for Italian geriatrics. It's something that you do after you retire.
Yeah,
like it is. The idea of somebody converting to that, like joining that, like while they're still in college, is baffling to me. Like
it's bizarre. What
did the other guys even think? Like, I don't know what I do if I'm in the Knights of Columbus and like a kid tries to join. I'm like, that's so strange. Like it's like a baby trying to join you, like coming up to the bar and ordering a beer.
I mean, to be fair, this is also a person who went from like rabbinical Judaism to, yes, obviously Jesus is the Messiah and the Bishop of Rome is his voice on earth. That's the natural conclusion.
This is a natural conclusion. That's a natural conclusion. Well, and he was from like liberal Judaism. Like I know his parents, and like they don't. I've never seen his dad wear a kippah. Like even like I've never seen that.
That's even weirder.
Like, well, I mean, this is like one of the categories of guys who converts to Roman Catholicism as an adult. Is the people who like came from like a kind of like liberal background and like got into like a bit of a midlife crisis, and then they were just like, and their brain just completely snapped.
Yeah, there is a special type of person who is like, I didn't have enough. I had 2 loving parents as a child, and as a result, I now have an overwhelming desire to join Opus Dei.
Yeah. Well, the one that's like, I'm just gonna go for the throat here right now. My mind is being blown away by JD Vance. Like,
yeah,
he's an Anabaptist.
Yeah, like he's an Anabaptist.
He's like this is like Catholicism explainer here for the folks here. So JD Vance, the Vice President of the United States, is a Catholic convert as an adult, and he's committing a lot of heresy.
Oh, absolutely!
Like a lot of heresy. Like oh my!
Killed the Pope.
He killed the Pope. Yeah, the guy who killed the Pope. He killed the Pope. He killed the friggin' Pope, and like he killed the Pope, and he's just like his wife isn't Catholic, and like so it's like already kind of strange, right? That's already a little bit strange.
I feel like doesn't bother. So it doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me.
I do feel like not enough Republicans are pointing out that like less than you would think. Mm-hmm. Are pointing out that he is married to an Indian woman.
an Indian woman who's still practicing Hindu.
Yes, that like...
And he's like, they said, I still am thinking about this. He was like, oh, like they were like, oh yeah, like we're not going to baptize our kids until like they're old enough to decide for themselves. I'm like, that's literally Anabaptism. That's like a major heresy.
That's fucking Anabaptism. No.
like this is one of those things like I find kind of interesting. It's like when I talk to people who didn't grow up Catholic.
You have misunderstood the sacrament of confirmation.
Yeah. Hello, Deedle. We're talking, well, kind of just like the interesting experience of being an American Catholic. Because, like, you grew up with, like, the super religious Catholicism. I grew up with the, like, super chill Catholicism.
Sort of. So, like, for those of you who are unaware, my mother has a degree in theology. Yeah. Like, which means that she knows way more about Catholic doctrine than the average Catholic.
Which is pretty easy.
So oddly enough, it wasn't as extreme as most like normal Catholics.
Well, it's. I mean, the thing I've always liked that the guy who made Night in the Woods, who like grew up with like the insane type of like Baptist Christianity. He grew up with the completely insane shit. Where private school is 7 kids in a basement. Kind of church. And I remember him pointing out that like, oh yeah, like we had to learn all this theology for church, for like this Protestant church, because we were raised that like we were going to have to like get into debates with atheists and with Catholics and like demonstrate the rightness of our cause and stuff like that. And like he would talk to Catholics and they would be like, oh, it's like, what do you think about this doctrine? And the Catholic would just be like, that's what I pay the priest for, man.
Yeah.
That's what I pay the priest for, man. Like, what do you like? I show up, I take my sacraments, I confess my sins, I go home.
I go home. I experience a deep-seated, eternal, loathing self-hatred.
Yeah, like I eat the cracker. I say my Hail Marys. I sleep with my wife in a big bed. That's religion to me.
I've heard the word transubstantiation. I think I know what it means.
Transubstantiation is some excuse for why the bread that sucks doesn't actually suck.
Yes.
Yeah, priest does all the thinking for me. All I gotta do is feel guilty.
Exactly.
Like, I grew up super liberal, so like I didn't grow up with all this. Like, I didn't grow up with all the guilt stuff. Like, I didn't
Oh,
start feeling.
I had that. I had that.
I got way more of the guilt from the atheism. Like,
I will say though, I did have, despite the fact that my mother has a degree in theology, I did have a moment where I was 12, and I think this is part of the reason that made me stop believing in God of any kind. Where I was sitting in church and listening to like the sermon, and I look up and in my mind I go, "Oh shit, Jesus is the main character of this, isn't he?" I was under the mistaken belief that you got to pick a member of the Trinity to be like your patron deity.
Oh, interesting.
And so obviously I picked God the Father because he's the only one worth giving a shit about.
Oh, so you didn't choose the Holy Ghost as a move to be a hipster.
The Holy Ghost is I can't make a judgment on the sort of person who would pick that without insulting them.
Oh, so Gringotts asks us the important question: where do they make those crackers? And like, I found them on Amazon.
Oh yeah, you can get. There was a Catholic goods store in my town growing up that you could go and buy them from, like unconsecrated by like the 5,000.
Samson, Maine, as a kid. Well, and see, I mean, like, you also know that like when you get confirmation, you get to choose your own saint.
Yeah. So I left the religion before I was confirmed. So I didn't have to deal with the fact that I have a family with a weird tradition where you choose two.
Okay.
On top of the fact that I already have two middle names, so I would have had a 6-part full name.
Hell yeah. Cause all sorts of problems at the DMV.
Yes.
Cause all sorts of problems at the DMV. Yeah, so also one of those things that I always find deeply funny for people who might not know this about Catholicism. As far as I know, the communion wafers are just all over the place, but for the communion wine, it's almost always Manischewitz.
Yeah, it's either Manischewitz. I think my church had like a deal with a local winery because there's like wine country nearby because I live in a lake village. And so they had like special deals with a wine provider that way. But yeah, it is almost always like I could tell when I would go to when we would go to Disney World for more than a week and I had to go to church in Florida, I would be like, Jesus is awfully sweet today.
Jesus with the diabetes is the Manischewitz. Also, hello, VB.
Hello, VB.
Yeah. No, it's not Hogwarts houses. It's you're too buried in the table. I can lower the table a little bit. It's annoying to lower it to move anything else around on these scenes. Oh wait, that's not the table. It's supposed to be like a bar bench, so it should be like relatively high up on us. But yeah, it's you can be standing up a bit more. Oh no, that's going to cause problems. All right, I'm going to put myself up a little bit more. Make myself slightly
I do find
tall.
it very funny that you are no less than 3 times as wide as me.
I am huge. It's great.
Absolutely enormous.
It is wonderful. It's actually really funny because the scaling on me is a little bit different than when I was on PNG. The PNG I have that's on my ref sheet. The head is like even smaller proportionally, so I look like a Goomba from the Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, you mean like okay, I'm gonna air out something that I don't usually say on stream because it makes everybody cringe and moan. Yeah. I was shown the Mario movie and Who Framed Roger Rabbit by the same person in quick succession, and I was like, that Mario movie was great. I don't really care about Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That's
a pretty rough one. That's pretty rough. I will say I liked the Mario Brothers movie when I saw it when I was much younger. And I haven't seen it like since around the time it was in theaters. I want to rewatch it because like it's a really insane piece of cyberpunk. Like
It is.
It's a wild piece of cyberpunk art. It's so strange. It's very much a movie that like, and I think this is the right way to make I think it's a good way to make a video game adaptation. There's only peripherally, vaguely about the source material that's like very much like a movie that a person just made in a fever dream and then just like slapped an IP on.
I think that there is a spectrum, and both ends of the spectrum end up well. So at one end, you've got the Mario movie, where it's like, this has nothing to do with the game. And on the other end, you have the Jake Gyllenhaal rendition of Prince of Persia, which is a perfectly serviceable action film.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm trying to think about, like, almost every video game adaptation movie is terrible, for, like, a lot of reasons.
Right.
For, like, a lot of reasons, not least of which is like, I mean, like, oddly, the Scott Pilgrim movie is pretty good as a video game movie, despite the fact that the video game comes out after the movie.
I know nothing of Scott Pilgrim. It's a video game?
It's a comic, and then they made a movie, and then they made a video game, and then they made they made an anime, I should even say.
They made an anime.
An anime. So that means that we can now get Scott Pilgrim VTubers. All the President's Men.
Yes, my favorite movie.
Give it to me.
I was in a horrendous U.S. History 2 class with a man who I regularly describe as having a brain and skull perfectly smooth on the inside and out. Mm-hmm. Who was hired through sheer nepotism.
Amazing.
And I think so. Like, we watched like 2 movies during the process of that class. One was All the President's Men, which put literally everyone else to sleep, including him. And
amazing.
I was absolutely transfixed. I was like, this may be the greatest work of cinema I've ever witnessed. And then at the end of class, for some reason, we watched the newest iteration of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That's baffling. That's so strange.
He had what I would gently. I don't think he had any sort of disability. I think he was just one of those people with a simple mind. Okay.
I'm trying to think of like. That is fascinating. I think that rules. I always struggle with choosing a favorite because that requires like a level of decisiveness that I am allergic to as like one of the most indecisive men on the planet.
I make it easy because I've seen almost no movies.
That does help. That really does help. That's, man, I wonder if I should start applying that to like more things in my life. Just like doing less of certain things. Like maybe I can like narrow down my list of anime by just like deliberately forgetting which anime I've seen, so I can just continue to say my favorite anime is Planets and have it just be true. Like, just fuck it. just fuck it. Nemo did that 9 favorite video games meme, and it was just literally the only 9 games he'd ever played.
I had to downgrade it because originally, if you remember, it's 12.
I thought 16.
It's 16 because it's 4x4. I had to downgrade it to a 3x3 grid because I was like, I don't like that many games. I've played more games than that. It's just all of the others are bad.
I will. It's a one of my struggles as a VTuber is that the categories of VTuber games that are like the most popular and the most like good ones to do as a VTuber, I just like don't really like. Like I just like don't like big action RPGs. Every single time somebody has tried to convince me to play Cyberpunk 2077, they have like managed to make it sound worse.
I enjoyed that game.
Okay. The main person I've not picked up Clair Obscur. You cannot claim that I hate Clair Obscur. I have not touched it yet, so you cannot claim that I hate it, Bo. You can't get me out on this one. But like I've played Repo and I just thought it was fine. You're not gonna catch me slipping on here. And like the main thing that people said about Cyberpunk 2077 that like made it sound appealing to me was when they would post clips from the PS4 version from the original. From like the original release, when it was running at like 5 frames per second and the rain was falling in like meter-sized cubes. I was like, this is amazing. This
would
rules.
have been a fantastic style choice.
I'm like, this is what we're missing, and this is the kind of bold stylistic choice that video games is missing. This is the bold aesthetics that we have been missing since the PlayStation 1 era. And then it was like, oh no, it's like a 1,000 hour long sprawling RPG with dozens of characters. I'm like, man, like, no. No. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is another one where like people try to convince me. I'm like, could you make a Baldur's Gate 3 that's 5 hours long?
I tried to play Baldur's Gate 3 and I just can't do it.
Could you make it 5 hours long and not have levels?
Yeah, it's just so much video game.
It's just so much video game. It's Nagarunsky. Let's give the shout out to Nagi. It's Nagi. You were playing Look Outside. Of course you were. You were looking outside. The most dangerous game for the VTuber, looking outside. But yeah. I always struggle with that. I want to play like weird shit. This is how I play a lot of games. I keep on playing games that are like 5 hours long.
That's fair. I've done a fair bit of those. Like I almost exclusively play games on stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually probably play less games now that I'm a streamer than I did before.
I play more.
You play more? Oh, because you just played so little?
I played so few games. For me, I never developed a taste for them. Like en masse. I never had like internet friends or like online games. So like I was totally insulated from ever touching a Halo title.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I was given an Xbox 360 6 months before the Xbox One came out.
Okay, nice, yeah.
And I had, I think, a maximum of 7 games for that console while I played on it.
Let me think about it. So I stopped with consoles like early into the GameCube era. Was like when I stopped. So like to me, Mario Kart Double Dash is still the new Mario Kart. I still think of Ocarina of Time as like the new Zelda.
Oh goodness.
So I'm like, yeah, there's 4 Zelda games. There's Zelda 1, there's 5 Zelda games. There's Zelda 1, there's Zelda 2, Link to the Past, the Game Boy one, and Ocarina of Time. Those are the 5 Zelda games.
The Game Boy one?
The Game Boy one.
What's the Game Boy one?
I forget what it's called.
Minish Cap?
No,
if it's Minish Cap, I like you.
No, it's much older than that. It's the one with the whale. Link's Awakening. Yes, it was Link's Awakening. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Link's Awakening's pretty good. It's the one where you can steal from the shopkeeper. And if you go back to the shop after stealing from the shopkeeper, he just kills you. He just pulls out a gun and shoots you.
He has a gun?
Strictly speaking, he has lightning, but yeah, he just has a shotgun behind the counter, but with
that's
lightning.
Incredible.
Yeah, and it renames you Thief. It's really good. Not a gun, strictly speaking, but very much like a gun. Very much functionally a gun. So the games that could be finished in 5 hours, but can also play... I mean, I have 3,000 hours of Warframe. So it's not like I'm above playing games for forever.
Absolutely deranged behavior.
It was my after-work game for like a decade. I'd get off of work and then I'd go home and play Warframe for a couple hours with the buds.
I have heard... I have no idea what kind of game Warframe is.
That's fair.
From what I understand, it is a game about going incredibly fast in a very optimized way, and also somehow the trans experience.
This is all true. This is all accurate. Congo has hit it on the head. Warframe is video games.
It's video game.
You play a flippy space ninja. That's the core of it. Is you're doing a flippy space ninja shooting hundreds and hundreds of evil clones. Big mistake. That is a big mistake way to play Warframe. Warframe is fun. There are people who try to
as little Warframe as
there
possible.
are people who play it that way. There are people who play this game where like have like the most amazing feeling movement in the game, and they try to be like, okay, how can I like press one button and leave my computer for half an hour? I'm like, why are you doing that? Why did you wake up today? What is happening?
Why did you wake up today? Why live?
I have this feeling often when I hear people talking about how they're using ChatGPT to text their girlfriend and stuff like that. I'm like,
oh my god, it makes me it's insufferable.
I'm just baffled. I'm just baffled. It's like this was like the payoff. This was the payoff. Everything in your life, like all of the goods, all of the bad stuff in your life was like so that you could be in love with somebody. And then your answer to that was to like outsource the part where you're being in love.
On my most recent stream, I did bring up something that kills me on the inside, but also makes me feel incredibly imperious, which is that anyone who has gone through an education before the existence of readily available chat-based AI, it now gets to just live the rest of their lives as like a court wizard if they so choose.
Oh yeah, no, it's actually I mean, there's like a further elaboration of something that like I had been joking about for years, which is like we have somehow created a world where like roughly 1.5 generations of people actually know how a computer works. Like somewhere like the latter half of Gen X and millennials all like intuitively understand how to work with a computer, and then you run into like comp sci students in their second year who don't know like what a file system is.
Father, how do I click the book?
it's and it's just like, yeah, we're so. Well, I'm Bodega. You're outside of that. You're outside of that. In like 10 years, you're going to be like a fucking wizard. You are going to be able to use your knowledge of drawing boobs to like become like an actual serious computer programmer because the standards will have fallen so hard. like you are going to become like you will be able to become evil like tech CEO type because like the standards have gotten so low. Like I don't know what's happening in education. I know that this was like the original topic that we came here with was like what was education was education.
Yeah,
and it's
the humanities, as they say.
The humanities, the huge manatees.
Yes,
and it's one of those things that I would just always like to point out to folks, that any folks who are wondering about like, so like what's the deal with humanities education? You may notice that they cut humanities education programs at a lot of schools. You know where they never cut those? They never fucking cut those at elite schools.
Right.
They never fucking cut those at elite schools because humanities were made back in the 11 fucking hundreds when the curriculum was being developed. They were invented for rulers.
Yes, I regularly think like I have the education stat alignment of like a Holy Roman Empire era court vizier.
Yeah. No, this is, and it's admittedly we are facing down the gun. We are facing down the barrel of the gun of Hannah Arendt's thing about education and fascism and power, which is that authoritarian regimes inevitably recruit only the dumbest people to be in charge of anything because their very incompetence is the guarantee of their loyalty.
From what I understand, there are a numerous number of police forces in America that will actually reject people who score above a certain score on an IQ exam. Ostensibly because they will apparently, quote, get bored with the job. But we all know why it really is.
Yeah, that's a risk factor. I do think non-frequently about the soldier who became a cop and got in trouble with the police force because of insisting on things like trigger discipline.
We don't do that. It is absolutely imperative that we do not do that.
which is real rough. Yeah. The rules of engagement for that the U.S. used in Afghanistan were substantially more restrictive on our soldiers than the rules of engagement for being on the St. Louis PD.
Yes.
So, yeah, some police departments are real bad shots. Yeah. I mean, we have high level government officials who think that habeas corpus means that the government gets to if Donald Trump says something, it happens.
Yes.
Which is not what that means, by the way, folks. That is not what that means.
Funny enough, from a woman who also habitually shoots dogs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. So what's your Catholic upbringing? So I grew up with liberal Catholics. I grew up with very, very liberal Catholics. I grew up with the kind of family where people bring weed to the family reunion. It was a very like. I still think fairly frequently about an elderly family member of mine. Like this is like my old grandpa moment. Like one of the elders of my family despised Michael Jordan, right? Back in the 90s when Michael Jordan was just like the biggest hero.
Why?
Because Air Jordans were made with non-union labor.
Holy shit. That's a judo counter of a statement.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, I mean, for a long time, if you think about it, for a long time there was like the salt of the earth class of the United States. Like they voted for the union candidate.
Yeah. No, that's the kind of guy this was.
There were a lot of people who just stopped vote. Like voter retention used to be way higher because there was a whole swathe of Americans who just stopped voting when the unions got broken up because there wasn't a union candidate anymore.
Yeah, well, it's union penetration is like way down in the United States. And if you want like a really cool piece of so let's get gender here. Let's get gender here because I love Bureau of Labor statistics. I love written Bureau of Labor statistics. So if there's a famous like pay gap, right, between men and women.
Right.
Sometimes you'll hear 70 cents on the dollar, but that's old. That's an old number. It's probably closer to about 82 as of about 10 years ago. So it's been going down. And the thing is, like, it varies a lot with field. There are some fields where the gap is larger and some fields where the gap is smaller. And that's part of the explanation is that higher paying jobs have larger gender gaps than lower paying jobs. And part of that's just simple math, right? Part of that's just a very simple mathematical truth, which is the higher the pay on the job, the larger the gap can even hypothetically be.
Right.
You can't have a $100,000 pay gap between two people working in a field where the average wage is like $20,000. Like that's not like coherent. Like you're going to get bigger gaps with bigger pay scales because there's just more number there to lose. But one of the parts that's really interesting about this is that gender pay gap among unionized workplaces is only 10%. Unionization is one of the most important and powerful factors for decreasing the gender gap in wages. Heck yeah. I once had to listen to Housemate explain at length to his girlfriend why actually it makes sense that women earn less money. Oof. I can coldly and bloodlessly explain to you the historical chain of events that led to women getting paid less. I still think it's unjust. Like, I just want to be clear here. I can make it make historical sense, but it's also still bad. Like, so I do want to be a little bit specific about that point. But it's oh my god, that's brutal. That's brutal, and it's. I just gotta say, like, as a matter of like self. So this is a frequent topic of conversation in all sorts of VTubing spaces. Guys, if you're trying to get laid, this is your competition.
Yeah.
like you don't have to be that much of a Chad. You just have to not explain to your girlfriend why she deserves less than she currently has.
You there, heterosexual male, have you considered compassion for fellow man?
Or even just shutting the fuck up. Like,
right.
Like it's Sometimes I can't believe what I see in text messages from guys who already have GFs. There was a fascinating one I saw on Twitter where a guy was relaying that his wife was aghast that to learn that her brother-in-law doesn't believe that women should have the right to vote.
Oh, okay, that's
like, it's like the girls are talking in text messages and like, oh my god, I can't believe that Jim doesn't believe that women should have the right to vote. And the guy who's relaying this post to Twitter is also, he just agrees and he doesn't say anything about it. And there's just something like so weirdly telling about the kind of guy who thinks that women shouldn't have the right to vote, but is too much of a coward to tell his own wife that.
That's bizarre.
That's like the level of non-Chad this guy is on.
That's
you just found out your dad doesn't believe that? I'm so fucking sorry, Vivi. That's
Oh yeah. So I was actually on vacation in Australia, like visiting Vivi, because we are the best of friends. So I go to visit my friends and make terrible decisions, like sitting on a plane for over half a day. And I was there. So Vivi's father believes in stratocracy.
No.
From what I understand. Like Sparto-Athenian stratocracy.
No.
Where only people who have held like
I cannot
militaristic civil service should be able to vote.
I cannot believe that Vividly Papa has the most cringe ideology. Oh yeah,
he got YouTube pipelined.
He got YouTube pipelined. Oh
like,
my goodness.
He used to be like a major hippie.
Oh, that's so brutal. That's so brutal. I am sorry, Vivi. The not even having the entire Pacific Ocean long way apart from America protects you from being a QAnon survivor. Like, oh. Important to note, he himself has not served in the military. No.
Yes.
No. I always want to be clear because it's one of like I always find this to be a fun one. I don't fucking respect Sparta, man. I don't fucking get these guys.
I don't either. Like I mean, at least be interested in like a cool Greek city-state.
There's like, you don't even have to get that deep into the weeds on like Greek history to like.
If you're a real Spartan, you should be getting pegged by your much more muscular wife every night because you're afraid of women.
I mean, that's like the more base way of being Spartan. Like
if you're such a Spartan alpha, Chad, why aren't you drinking a soup made out of blood and barley for every meal, you fucking cuck?
Well, and Winde, like the Spartans were like only okay soldiers at the end of the day,
right?
Like
it's
that's like
they had a 90% slave population to do everything else.
They had 90% of their population enslaved, and then for all of that, they get a 40% win rate.
Right.
Like, we have battles from them, they have a 40% win rate. The Spartan hegemony, which you've probably all heard of because it like shows up in video games and stuff like that, only 30 years. There are 30 years between the end of the Peloponnesian War and the Battle of Leuctra. And they never recover from the Battle of Leuctra. And also, if we're going to talk about which Greek polis produced the best soldiers, there's actually a really easy answer. It's Macedon. Like,
yes.
It's Macedon. It's not the people who could like barely control their own backyard and had catastrophic slave revolts every 10 years. It's the guys who power humped the entire Mediterranean subservience over the course of 5 years. Like,
what if we had this guy named Alex?
Yeah. There are so many Alexes. There's like 5 Alexes in my server. Like, it's Alexander the okay. Big Al. Yeah, Big Al.
Alexander the really into Persia.
Alexander the really into Persia. There's a pay differential. A person at the worst end of would get. That's a fascinating idea, Gringotts. A fascinating concept. Take a pay cut to get more votes. But yeah, not Mastodon, not the very good stoner metal band Mastodon. But instead the city-state to the north of Greece that figured out how to make optimal two-hand swords. How to have a two-handed sword, not two-handed swords, a two-handed spear and carry a shield at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool trick. Cool trick.
It's a useful tool that will help us later.
It'll help us later. Imagining the Zelda, it's dangerous out there, take this, and it's a Sarissa. Just instead of a sword, it's 20-foot long pike. Just...
This can defeat a trireme. How? Well, they have to get off eventually.
They have to get off eventually, yeah. They will eventually have to get off of the ocean. A naval strategy that, spoilers, has a bad record.
Yeah.
Usually if you're worried about a naval combat, you should be trying to win. But yeah, it's no, the Sparta guys are so fucking weird to me. And like, I get that, like, Director Nemo grew up with like a theologian mom and like,
yeah. So my mother has a Franciscan education. That was her first degree. Her undergraduate is in theology, the study of the one true God of the Catholic religion. And before they told her that women don't do that, she wanted to work in the Vatican and write catechism.
Man,
so like,
that's crazy.
Really into Catholicism for a long time. Not so much anymore. My grandmother is like, sort of like the normal, like guilty, older Catholic generation, grew up before Vatican II, that sort of thing.
Yes, that's what you said, pre-Vatican II. You're a pre-Vatican II household,
yeah.
which is crazy to me.
So like not like sedevacantist, like didn't disagree with Vatican II because obviously it came from the Vatican, so obviously it's perfect.
Those people are so strange, man.
Oh God. I need to get it back. I have a friend who I lent a CD to. I used to work back in like 2019 or 2018 at a grocery store. And one day this guy who is a little bit shifty looking with like his daughter comes through my line and hands me like one of those square CD jackets, like the opaque ones. It's covered in text and images, and I can't make out what it is. And he goes, "This is a video about the real Catholic Church." And I put it down, and then later I put it in, and I'm like, "Oh my God!" And it like this guy was like full like the Vatican is filled with anti-popes.
Okay, incredible. Of all of the things to say, the Vatican is full of anti-popes. Is like,
yeah,
that's an action movie
a real
premise.
Pope
That's
since like Innocent the 13th.
Oh, that okay. I thought they were saying like the entire College of Cardinals was each an anti-pope.
I wouldn't put it past them, honestly. They had some pretty amazing beliefs and like some whack DVD UI. Incredible.
I amazing. What an insane way to live your life. What a wild mess up their version control and accidentally forked the papacy. This is like what half of the medieval wars are about. This is like a significant percentage of European wars are
there are currently two popes. We need to kill everyone.
We cannot stop killing. The killing will continue until we figure out which pope is the real one. Until the
morale must increase and the number of popes should only be equal to one.
Yeah, we got to get down to one. Oh man,
we must have a Boolean truth value of popes.
Less than or equal to 1. Yeah, Gringotts making a point that I always think is pretty fun. Leo the 14th is possibly the only pope to have ever eaten at Culver's.
That's true. He is also possibly the only pope to have indulged in the Chicago tradition of wet sandwich.
Of Malort.
Yes, the Italian beef.
Yeah, the deep dish.
Yeah.
Imagine getting a deep dish communion wafer.
Jesus Christ. I remember, like, to put it in perspective, I grew up in a household that, like, there was at least once a point of conversation about the nature of the mandatory ingredients for Eucharist, and if it was acceptable to create Eucharist that was celiac friendly.
Oh, that's an interesting question. That's
A fun fact. Technically, no.
Aw, a shame. Yeah, Malort communion wine is a very funny idea. Actually, let's evaluate this for a second. Let's go back through our popes. So, like, before JP2, like, there's no way somebody's going to a Wawa or a Culver's just because, like, they didn't fucking exist. So we can just kind of eliminate there. JP2 seems extremely unlikely because...
JP2 was too busy getting shot at.
Too busy getting shot at. Too busy being, like, incredibly European. Too busy, like...
Was JP2 the German one or the...
No, Polish.
No, Polish. That's right. And then
Benedict is German.
Yeah, fucking Ratzinger.
Ratzinger. Yeah, JP2. That's what we call him.
Image of fucking Emperor Palpatine, which was a regular joke.
I feel like he got a bad rap on that. I feel like he did.
I mean, he could have done something to take better care of himself if he wanted to be treated with any sort of respect. He looked like that fucking Emperor.
I could fully believe that he had not seen a Star Wars.
Yes. Honestly, this may be the first Pope who has seen a Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I think Francis would be too plain to have seen.
There's no way. There's no way that Francis is a Culver's. There's no fucking way. Francis was so austere. Francis took his vow of poverty so fucking seriously.
Absolutely.
like to a ridiculous extent. Like the fucking Simone Weil ass character. And we're
Francis, had he not been Catholic, probably would have become like a Shingon monk.
Yeah. It's
like just retiring and becoming the abbot of a Rinzai Zen monastery.
Has there been a gamer pope? So Gringotts, we do know that Francis got a copy of Undertale, which is very funny. Don't know if he played it. I suspect that so far no.
It may be in the Vatican archives.
It may be in the Vatican archives, yeah.
As like a media gift to the Pope.
Yeah.
Side note, fun fact for all of you guys out there, you know all of those AI images that the president has been putting out? Those are considered official White House correspondence and are therefore internally enshrined in the Library of Congress.
Man.
There will now and forever be an AI generated picture of Donald Trump with a weirdly muscular body in the Library of Congress that you can go there and request to see.
I will say that if I suspect that there is a pope that has played diplomacy. That feels very, very sensible to me.
What's the okay, so all of the modern popes, other than the current one and Francis, have been very European.
Yeah.
Do you think I don't know, they might have played like Hoy, like
oh my goodness, that's funny.
Or something like that.
That's I mean, the idea, if John Paul II had not become a pope, I could have seen him playing Hearts of Iron 1.
Yes.
He's the right age to play Hearts of Iron 1 in like a really problematic way.
Yes.
I don't think that so here
Benedict never touched a video game. I can say that with absolute certainty.
Benedict never touched a video game, and I genuinely think that if Benedict had played a video game, had played Hearts of Iron, he would have been very uncomfortable.
Probably.
It's one of those things, like, I feel insane being like a Pope defender, but I feel like I do need to defend that, like, was Ratzinger in the the Nazi youth? Yes. Did he desert as soon as he could safely do so? Also, yes. There's no evidence this guy was enthusiastic about the Nazis. There is every evidence that he was conscripted and did not like it. I do feel like that's like deeply unfair to talk about like a 16-year-old boy who escaped the Nazis and be like, this guy was an enthusiastic Nazi. That feels insane to me. The previous, so our current pope is Leo the 14th, and before that was Francis, and then before Francis the First, yeah, and then before that was Benedict the 16th, and Benedict the 16th, known as Cardinal Ratzinger in his before times, he was a German, and he was born in like 1930, and during World War II, he was in like a Hitler Youth Anti-Air brigade. His IRL name.
His dead name.
Dead name is more sensible than IRL name.
Technically, for legal purposes, the Pope's name does get changed.
Like,
it is like Leo the 14th is the current Pope's like official name now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. yeah. This is, and it is very funny to me that he's named Bob. People call it.
Father Bob.
Father Bob. And like I remember somebody being like somebody was like, how did like they found out that he'd become Pope by like their wife saying like, hey, Bob's the Pope now.
Benedict Ray Ratzinger.
Yeah, Benedict Ray Ratzinger. The nuns are so hyped about having a Pope Benedict. That's pretty funny. I don't know if it makes it I don't know if that changes what Steam's holiness. I feel Cosmo Krill that Bob is just like it's so good. Like there's so few people who go by Bob anymore. There's an entire documentary that's very good about the decline in Bobs. Have you seen this one, Nemo? You might like this.
I have not.
It's by John Boyce. He did a documentary called The Bob Emergency. It's a statistical analysis of professional athletes named Bob.
Oh, this is the Chart Party man, yes?
Yeah, this is the Chart Party man.
I love him.
I love him so much. Yes. He's one of my favorite living writers.
John, last name that I refuse to pronounce because I don't know how it's supposed to be done.
It's Boyce.
Is it Boyce?
Yeah.
Okay, because I feel like there is... I've never seen him confirm how to say his name, so I'm like, do I call you John Bois?
John Bois. Oh, I thought you were going to say it Boyce. No, I'm pretty sure it's Boyce. John Boyce. John Bois is pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I've never heard that one. Does it make the water in Undertale holy? It does not. I'm pretty sure it does not. But yeah, Richard to Dick is a confusing one. But yeah, Robert to Bob. We got the Bobs, and there's been very much a decline in that. In general, there's kind of been a decline in nickname tomfoolery in these United States as we get more and more insistent that everybody use the exact same name on all of their legal documents all the time.
Right.
Which was really confusing in my family, where like everybody had like 18th layer nicknames. It was like, hey, this is Helen. We call her Yip.
Oh yeah, there's there's a really funny a comedian who lives in the Netherlands, and he makes comedy about like Dutch culture, and he has this character that he puts on, and one of his shorts starts with like, hello, my name is Peter, but you should call me Yip because that is my daddy's name and that's what everyone calls me.
Calling me by my father's name is crazy. that's psycho shit. That's lunacy. That said, you have reminded me of one of my favorite internet threads I've ever witnessed, and I've been thinking about it for years, rotating in my mind. Cyberpunk, but for other countries. Non-Japanese cyberpunk.
Non-Japanese cyberpunk.
Just like thinking about it. Just like and
can I make my suggestions of top probable countries?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Brazil.
Brazil's a good one. But the suggested one that's like stuck in my head is Netherlands.
What? Where everyone's just on bikes?
Yeah, you're riding your bicycle and escaping from street lawns necks with their laser halberds.
What it, we find some way to like cybernetically engineer Svartapete.
Yeah, no, no. I did hear a really good one, which is that Poland is on track to surpass Japan's GDP per capita within like 10 years.
The Eastern European economic miracle.
Yeah. Yeah. the European boars, I guess. I don't know. And somebody did the Johnny Silverhand saying, "Wake up, hussar."
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
I would also like to see like Indonesian halal cyberpunk.
That's really good. That's really good. That's a really good one. Laser Chris's.
Yes.
Vibro guitars.
Yeah, the country functions almost identically in that one of the richest people is just whoever controls fucking the airline.
God, what a mess.
The fucking 1MDB scandal is constantly happening over and over again.
We will never escape. We'll never escape. We left our Cold War running. We didn't turn it off when we didn't turn it off behind us. Ethiopian cyberpunk is also pretty sick.
That would be really cool.
Just that Blade Runner scene where he's having ramen, but it's in Jira.
Yes.
Yeah, that works really well. I think that's very good.
I mean, all of Africa is primed to become like, via the Belt and Road Initiative, is just primed to become Shenzhen.
Oh man. Shenzhen's a crazy fucking place, man.
It is bizarre.
What a wild place. It's just.
I haven't been to China since 2017. And from what I understand, Shenzhen barely existed.
Yeah, no. Shenzhen's like 20 years old.
Yeah.
Like, it's like what is Chicago, but it was only 20 years old.
We have decided to elevate a regional fishing village into a tier 1 city.
Let's just go. Like what a yeah, the people hate living in the Chinese countryside so much that we have to just like invent major industrial cities out of thin air.
The Chinese Republican mind cannot comprehend living in pastoral bliss.
Well, okay. This is actually one of my favorite little pieces of economic analysis I ever saw, which is that like inequality in the Chinese countryside is really quite bad.
Yes.
And if you talk to some people, they'll be like, "Oh, there's no inequality." It's like, that's ridiculous.
That's absolutely absurd.
But one of the things that was like really alarming was like the best predictor of how wealthy a rural Chinese person is how wealthy their family was under the Qing dynasty. Like the Cultural Revolution just got reversed.
Cultural Revolution didn't do shit.
It got reversed in like months. It was just a brief cooling breeze. Like,
who among you is wealthy enough to survive making nothing but pig iron?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they SimCity did into place. Yeah. God, the people yearn for a good SimCity at this point, man. They really do.
They do.
They really do. It's people are still out here playing SimCity 2000.
I mean, say what you want about Shenzhen. It's still easily traversable.
That's true. This is true. This is true. As a person whose city is like this is one of those things that like is like really funny to me, having grown up within American education, where like the the thing that we were told growing up, that us Americans were told constantly, is that what distinguishes Americans is like our innovativeness, our need to change and to do things differently. And I live in the biggest
that's why
fucking...
tech bros keep trying to reinvent the train on accident.
They keep on trying to reinvent the train, but more to the point, like, I live in the biggest, most sexy, if you make it here, you can make it anywhere ass city. And like, there hasn't been good new construction since like the fucking 1940s. And like, you can't change anything. You cannot change any fucking thing in New York. It's like, could we get good internet in here? It's like, no, it's traditional for us to have shitty internet. Like, and like, they won't say it's traditional. They'll be cowards about it. They're like, no, there's like vested interests. Like, we can't have good internet because like
there's vested interest in bad internet.
Because Optimum and Spectrum will like literally start assassinating people if like your internet gets too high quality. Like, it's like, why don't we have new subway lines? It's like, well, because the price of us carving out a subway line somehow went up to $18 trillion. So
fucking cooked.
I still remember having a debate with a friend of mine that I'm still mad about. If he's watching this, hi, sorry. I'm putting you on blast here, bud. But that, like, why New York City subways are so expensive compared to, like, anywhere else on the planet. They're so expensive. They're 4 times as expensive as London or Paris, which are not cheap cities. Like, we're not comparing them to cheap cities. Like, we are not comparing them.
And the MetroCard is still made out of paper.
The MetroCard's still made. Well, no, they've moved over to They've moved over to like you have to use your smartphone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they realized that they realized that would fuck over homeless people.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, no, we're allowed to change things if it makes things worse for poor people. But like, it's this infuriating thing where the subway costs so much to construct. Each kilometer of subway costs so fucking much in New York. And I remember this friend of mine, his explanation for it was because of New York has too much unionization. And in case anybody's at all missing the subtext here, the claim was that New York City has a higher and more powerful unionization effort than Paris. And hello, Marikawa. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Marikawa. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Oh, you're playing Age of Empires 2. That is, we were just talking about old things. I am, yeah, my shoulders are the size of America. It's true. I am not normally quite this wide looking. Somebody did did make me small. We got squished over here. And I am joined today by Evil Bunny Boy, Director Nemo.
Director Nemo, your favorite villain VTuber. Hello.
Hello. Yes, we were talking about we're on a saving the world problems kind of ass night.
It's sociology. It's sociology. What the degree is for.
I am honestly surprised that we are not drinking tonight with the way that we are talking. I'm surprised this is a sober stream right now. Normally my drunk streams are like this, but this is what sociology does to you, is that you sound like you're drunk when you're sober.
Sociology, not even once.
Sociology, not even once. And we were talking about...
The best way I've heard to describe the discipline is that it is a way to make your outlook on the world much worse, but for a good reason.
Yeah, that's actually pretty fair. My really cynical ass way of looking at sociology as a field is that it is a field that has spent 150 plus years trying to figure out a form of government poverty relief that does not involve just giving people money.
Yes. Literally anything but UBI. Come on, people. Let's get those notebooks out. We're figuring out this time.
And it took, there are cases where that's true. There are some cases where there are things that you can do that are better than UBI, but UBI is pretty strong.
Sometimes UBI is really good.
And a lot of the ones that we've come up with are, in fact, substantially worse than UBI.
Or just UBI.
Yeah, like food stamps. UBI, but with a whole bunch of extra cost.
Here's your fucking I don't know what is it called now? Is it Snap?
Snap EBT, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 4 a.m. The Europeans, the Europeans. I hope that they enjoy the company as well. Have a good night. Have a good night. I hope that Age of Empires 2 was treating you kindly. Age of Empires 2 rarely treats me kindly. I am like 700 elo and I haven't won a game in years. So.
Age of Empires has an elo rating system?
Yes, it does. It does.
Jesus Christ.
It's mostly sustained as a going concern by the competitive online scene.
That's incredible.
I mean, they've been doing it for 25 fucking years. They're not tired of it. The 25th anniversary was last September, and people are still. It's actually like what I watch in the background when like I'm trying to do other work. It's like I put on people broadcast. I put on tournament broadcasts of Age of Empires 2.
Wow.
Occasionally, it gets me to go back and like fire up Age of Empires 2, and I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I'm so bad at it. It's so frustrating for me. It is like I definitely have a problem of I am a much sweatier gamer than I can actually like sustain. Than is like at all justified by my skill. It's terrible.
I don't think I get sweaty.
I love optimization. I love it. I love trying hard. I love trying hard. I love to do it. And then it's like dozens of hours of practice and like strategizing and watching tutorials and videos and like still bronze in Overwatch.
Yeah, I get sulky apparently.
I get sulky. Aw.
Yeah.
At least with Tetris. Okay, because like it briefly hit me that the last time that I saw you gaming, Nemo, was Monster Prom. With Vivi.
Oh, yeah.
And the idea of somebody being sweaty about Monster Prom is really funny.
I mean, it can be optimized.
It can be optimized. Well, here's the thing that I think about, right? Well, I mean, Vivi's got to be optimizing because she's trying to go for 100% Chivos in it, and like, that's so much. That's so
it's
much.
Like 52, yeah.
You've got to be efficient at that point. Like, it's not like a game that you can just like bang them out in an afternoon. Like, there's 1,600 endings to Monster Prom. Like, you can't be fucking around. You can't be doing the same ending twice in a row. You gotta be mixing it up. You gotta be strategic. You gotta have a spreadsheet of all of your performances. But one of those things that I think about with Monster Prom is that Monster Prom is technically PvP.
I suppose it is, isn't it? Like it is like a sabotageable gaming experience.
Yeah, it's just that like it's easy enough to spread out what everyone is doing that like it's not like a serious concern.
Yeah, but like if it were any tighter, it would have the similar vibe as like 100% orange juice.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about that, like Monster Prom, but like everyone, but you have to choose one person that you're going after. Everybody has to go after the same person. Like then it becomes tough. Like if you're all targeting the same person, then there's like actual competition. Then like blocking people from their preferred stats.
True.
Starts to become like an important part. Is Catholicism PvP? Not generally, no.
No, it's PvE, but you are the environment.
Oh, brutal. I mean No, certainly.
Since the Crusades.
I would. Well, I mean, if we're going to get into that, then it would have to be the 30 Years' War, not since the Treaty of Westphalia. Not since the Westphalian Peace has it been PvP. During the Westphalian Peace, it definitely was PvP. Like no question in my mind about that. Pre-Westphalia, like absolutely, they went hard.
That's the other thing that we've been circling this specific type of chud this evening.
Yes, we have.
Where it's like Spartan obsessed, Greek unpainted bust, PvP, PFP, and like into the Crusades.
Yeah. What's the record speed run for Catholicism? I mean, it's got to be pretty fast. Like as long as you get baptized and die, I think that's like how you do it.
Yeah, after it got easier after the patch.
Yeah, it got easier
after the fucking purgatory baby patch.
After the purgatory baby patch, it got considerably easier. But yeah, we have been circling this type of like online turbo reactionary, and they're like they're such an odd group of people. They're such an odd, they're so strange to me, and they make me mad in a lot of ways because like part of it is like the historian in me gets mad, right? There's like you guys don't even know the fucking history you're talking about,
right?
It's like in the case like they've got these like white statue avatars is like their big thing. These white marble bust statues is like what they always use for their avatars, unless they're using like an anime avatar from a porn,
right?
That's pretty common. But so like on the one hand, I'm like kind of annoyed about it. Just like a simple one, right? Like those marble statues were painted.
Yeah,
they were painted. They were colorful. They
were made out of marble because it was easy to work with and was a good backing for paint.
Yeah, and we'd put clothes on them too. And it's and this is not like
it is in fact supposed to look like a guy.
It is in fact supposed to look like a guy, and it's not even like this is not like a new discovery. It's not like we did like cool new chemistry that like found out that there was paint on them. It's the people who pulled the statues out of the ground of the ones that had been buried talked about the paint that was on them that flaked away in a matter of minutes because of oxidation. But like we've known about the paint. We've known about the paint. We know about the paint. We've always known about the paint. So it's like
I watched an interesting video recently, and it talks about how like there is this idea that pervades Western culture that color is exotic, and that's partially one of the cruxes of the argument is that that's why even today, even though we know they were painted, Roman and Greek statues are always presented as like stark white marble.
Yeah.
But if you go to Egypt, like the beginning of the Orient, it's fully colorful.
Yep. Even though a lot of those lost their color as well. But here's the
part, you would never display like the bust of Nefertiti without paint on it. That would be absurd.
No, that's true. And here's the part that makes me super nuts about this. Is that I think that those like pure monochromatic statues, I think that's kind of sick. Like visually speaking, I actually kind of love monochrome.
Oh, it's a great style. There's a like modern like neoclassicism.
Yeah.
It has shit going on. I'll give it that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, so I'm like, no, like I first of all, like you're doing history wrong, but also you're like making a cool aesthetic seem uncool, you fuckers.
Right.
Like the Greeks did not intend for these to be bare, naked white, but they did inadvertently create something that looks pretty fucking cool. And it's like, yeah, we've got Michelangelo's David, like we've got more modern paintings. The Victorians fucking loved it because the Victorians were perverts in like all sorts of weird ways.
Yeah, the most sexually repressed people to have ever existed.
Oh man, so when I remember taking some history courses on British colonialism, a topic I know way too fucking much about, and one of the diaries that we read was a travel log, really, because that's like a lot of the diaries were not like intended to be personal diaries; they were intended for distribution. And this one guy, his diary, this was like a Victorian gentleman. Like he cannot stop talking about all of the male prostitutes in all of the towns that he goes to.
Aggressive self-report.
And like the one that's like horrifying. It's like absolutely horrifying, but it's just like burrowed into my brain because it's such an insane phrase. He was describing again, this is actually really horrible because he's describing children. He's describing like a 7-year-old boy in Kuala Lumpur as a, quote, exquisitely expert anal technician.
Whoa!
And it's like, and these are the most sexually repressed people on the planet.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, what is going on, man?
Technician.
Technician, yeah.
That word had just existed for like fucking 20 years at that point.
I know, right? He's on the cutting edge.
That's like in A Clockwork Orange when they call some woman pneumatic.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, do not appreciate you cursing with that knowledge. Yeah, unfortunately, I know I have approximate I have full knowledge of a lot of really horrible shit.
Yeah.
I've given multiple lectures on colonialism on this channel. You don't get to do that without reading some really horrendous stuff. And it's well, actually, evil bunny boy. Let's make an evil pivot that's potentially a little bit more amusing than that. Have you ever thought about which evil dictator you would be? Like, which evil dictator is the most similar to you?
Oh God, like in lore?
Yeah.
Don't say Pol Pot. Don't say Pol Pot. Don't say Pol Pot. I honestly I don't know.
Okay. Amusingly for me, I would say Pol Pot for me.
I don't know. There's just something funny about the idea of Pol Potism.
Well, it's just I was listening to the Behind the Bastards about Pol Pot, and it's like Pol Pot's like this guy.
I need to get to that one.
It's a good one. It's a good one. They're describing him as a guy who like does lots of scut work, and like he's a guy who does lots of scut work and is always useful and is friendly to people all the time. He's like he's sending people to get executed, and he's like, just so you know, we're still friends.
Yeah.
Like after he's like while he's sentencing somebody to death, he's like, we're still friends. Like, and then like, and he's just like so comfortable with names. With like changing his name. Like that's the main reason why Pol Pot survives all of the counterinsurgency operations done by the pre-Khmer Rouge dictatorship, is like he never uses his real name. Do you know what his real name is?
No.
Salazar.
Salazar? That's a fucking evil wizard.
That's so good, right? It's so
That's
good.
An evil wizard.
That's too much of a villain name for Warcraft.
It is like a bizarre. It is a fascinating ideology though, because it is kind of like almost antithetical to every other version of like the Reds, in that it's like Russian communism is like there should be more communists everywhere, and they should be growing cotton.
The cotton thing is so fucking funny, man.
And then like we should destroy Kazakhstan.
Yeah, we should. We are going to be communist, but with also an extremely rigid and complicated and baroque racial hierarchy.
Yes, being Russian is obviously superior to being Cossack.
We oppose the Nazis, but not for the anti-Semitism stuff.
Yes. But then you have Pol Pot, who's like, there should be less Khmer people.
Well, it's like a lot. I think of the Khmer Rouge thing as being, to me, it feels like a very natural outflow of Mao Zedong thought.
Yeah, it is. It is, in that it's like, what if, like, Mao Zedong thought it's like everyone should exist in like perpetual revolution of the proletariat farm worker. Yeah. And then Pol Pot saw that and was like, and naturally the only way to do that is to like have nobody around to not be a farm worker.
Well, it was all about like the purging of internal enemies, and it's just his notion of what an internal enemy was like really expansive, and it's like there's like it's really interesting because it's there's like levels to it where like you can almost imagine it making sense. Like if you heard a fantasy character doing it, you would like kind of believe it. Because like I can think of fantasy settings. So like his thing about glasses, that's just fucking Dragon Age. Goodbye, cherry emojis. That's just fucking Dragon Age, and the thing with like the group that they went like really hardcore about, like so hardcore that like there's so few survivors that there's not even like good testimony about it, was like ethnic minorities.
Right.
Like we're going to do like an ethnic purification to only have Khmer people.
There should be less Khmer people, but also no one else.
Also, yeah, like there were some ethnicities in there where it's like they went from like tens of thousands of people or even millions of people to like 10. Oh, what was the
Right.
Dragon Age thing? Yeah, you got it, but I guess I went a little bit faster. It's like in Dragon Age, the mages are this like they're like a really clumsy, miserable analogy for like an oppressed people, oppressed for their skillfulness and power, in the way that like so many things are, right? That like so many like when people do really stupid interpretations of the X-Men.
Right.
That's like the kind of thing that Dragon Age is about. Is like the we need to suppress the wizards because they have all these powers. And this is like Pol Pot had this whole thing about killing people above certain levels of education.
Right.
Because like their knowledge was like a threat to the regime and was like
phase one, people with glasses can probably read.
Yep. Yeah, that's got the Imperial Japanese Opera is hearing the German Schizofaust. Yeah.
The protocols of the Elders of Zion and being like, this rules.
I mean, it's like the horrible part is like I just like see that like come back and like occasionally I'll see people be like protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's like this is like good and cool. And I'm like, come on, man.
Really? Come up with something new.
Come on. Timeline where there's Neo Jerusalem in Osaka. I mean that Operation Fugu is like one of the weirder, more insane elements of World War II. A very insane time period. Like World War II is completely insane. Absolutely bananas stuff. One of I need to look up the name because Political Forms of Highland Burma.
I will say I did do a in my introductory year research class during the height of COVID, like the very beginning. I for some reason I was possessed by a dark spirit and was like, I'll do something that I am vaguely interested in and about. I will write a research paper, totally not a broad topic. The modern implications of the incident that occurred in Nanking.
Oh, geez, yeah, that's a oof.
It almost drove me insane and made me quit college.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that like it is interesting to hear how people kind of responded to early quarantine era. That like the way like I did fantastically. Like it was great for me.
My issue was that my university gave the professorship about a week and a half in a crash course in how to operate Zoom.
Oh no. Okay, yeah.
And like the online learning management software, I forget which one we used. And then just like turned them loose and said go for it. So like most classes I had that semester did not have like online equivalencies. Honestly, the best class I had was a geography class solely because the professor had been, since his tenure, habitually teaching remote summer courses.
That would definitely help, yeah.
So like it was like video format, perfectly done, everything was good. No, Zoom class is a fundamentally spiritually polluting activity.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that. What's a spiritually polluting activity?
Attending a class via Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, I was working a white collar job at the time, and so like what I learned was that I did not like. I learned it was like, oh my god, nothing in my job requires me to be in the office. Everything in my job is entirely emails and spreadsheets. Like nobody gives a shit. Half of the people who I talk to on a daily basis aren't even in the same city as me already. This is like such an improvement.
Right.
And so like my experience of early quarantine was like, I saved multiple hours a day on commuting. I wore clothes that were actually comfortable. I didn't have people tapping on my shoulder to ask me irrelevant questions all the time, which I learned makes me really annoyed. I really hate it. I get like, I'm like way more impatient for that than I thought I was. And I drank way less. Like that was like the interesting contrast. So like the people who drank more in quarantine and the people who drank less.
I gained weight during quarantine, which I am only just now losing.
I picked up running.
So like during most of COVID, I was on medication that made me into an immunocompromised person.
Oh yeah, oof. Yeah.
So the concept of leaving the house was kind of terrifying for a lot of it.
I picked up running, but still wore a mask while I was running. So yeah, I get that. I get that. I'm not much of a going outside person these days. I just go outside for exercise. But yeah, I do like something Original's point here. Yeah, being stuck at home all the time and an ever-present threat of potentially fatal disease is stressful. I should study war crimes to take my mind off of it.
Well, the thing is that I had chosen the topic before lockdown. And like we got an extension for the entirety of the summer like break, and I turned my abortion of a research paper in like the end of it, and I never looked back. It was probably the worst grade I got in my entire tenure in college, because I was very bad at research at the beginning of my time in college.
Research is a real fucking skill, man. Research
it is, and it's
skill.
Also really hard to get good education about it.
Yeah. I think I am primarily self-taught, despite going to like some schools that are very good at research. Like I think I actually
the only thing that saved me was the fact that I had the good fortune of being born into the time frame where I could have access to a resource manager.
Yeah. That will help. That will definitely help. That will definitely fucking help. I'm just trying to think about because different people have different reactions to this kind of thing. Like the type of person who studies war crimes is always like, I've known quite a few atrociologists, and it's strange to me, right? It's like I study a lot of horrible stuff, a lot of horrible historical stuff. To me, it's always this kind of thing about like I feel like I am learning about like what people have been able to overcome, and like what people can survive, and what durability looks like. Which is just kind of another sign that I'm a tank main in most games I play.
Subject has clearly read Viktor Frankl.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, it was like I was fascinated by the almost improbable cruelty of like Shiro Ishii. And I came out of it with the firm belief that there are no good testimonies about what actually happened.
Yeah. I mean, that's like
horrid things happened, but as far as determining any level of bias of any particular source, it is almost impossible.
I think that like this is like it's like a really alarming thing to like think about. I think that like I don't like to think about it very much because it's like very terrifying. That like the ways in which we will like never know many like major things. Like major like how would we like I got onto I was in a bad mood, and that led me to reading a whole bunch of Holocaust stuff a couple weeks ago. And just like there are death camps where like the number of survivors is like single digits. It's like 100,000 people went here and 4 people left.
Right.
And the thing is like one of those things that we know from Auschwitz, because like enough people did survive Auschwitz that we can like do a lot of comparisons here. The survivors don't necessarily have like accurate testimony. We were talking about the Holocaust, Arvin. It's really grim. It's really grim. But like a lot of people who met Mengele said that he was tall and blonde, which he wasn't.
No.
He was an average sized guy with dark hair. Like
Yeah.
like a lot of survivors described him as like a tall blonde Aryan Superman. And it's just like that's just not him. And it's so like you're like even that, so that means like if you got like 4 survivors, it's like, well, it's hard to do like the cross checking, which like admittedly, like I am coming as a guy who's like been like an ancient history guy for the last couple of years. Has been like my nerdy ass thing that I love, and like you'll have an entire century where you've got like one source,
Right.
you know, like an entire century where you got like one source.
This is why I love the Chinese.
Yes, it's such a. I did know more Chinese history when I was studying more Chinese history.
The
when
Chinese
I was younger.
invented writing, and then we're like, this fucking rules. Let's do it for everything.
Well, I get cranky when I talk to people who are like classicists looking at Chinese history, because like they will like. I was talking about this literally last stream, the Battle of Chongping. Are you familiar with Battle of Chongping?
I'm not familiar with the Battle of Chongping.
Battle of Chongping is one of the decisive battles of the Warring States period of China. Of the Chinese Warring States period, and the claim is that it was the Qin who became the dynasty of the Qin against the kingdom of Zhao, and the kingdom of Zhao suffered 500,000 casualties, and the kingdom of Qin suffered 200,000 casualties. And like I see people see this and like, there's no fucking way that's true. That's people just like making up shit. And the thing is, like, we found archaeological evidence for the battle. And like it's actually pretty believable.
Yeah.
And the big tell about it that makes it like the big reason why this is actually not that insane of a number, folks, is that the Battle of Chongping is like 3 years long.
Yeah.
Like it's not, they did not kill 500,000 people with swords in an afternoon. They ground that out over years. The Battle of Chongping is like the size of, at least, it's like bigger than the Netherlands in terms of the area it covered.
Yeah.
Like, it's enormous. There's that one super quake. It is cool when we can get that kind of thing. When you're doing pre-modern stuff, it's a real challenge. But the one that like really drove me nuts was the Battle of Fei River, because I've had people like really fight me about Fei River, which is like, it's from an era that's not super well attested. But the Northern Wei dynasty, it was Northern Wei, lost like 500,000, 600,000 something soldiers there, which is an insane number. And I've seen the contest be like, well, if it was so insane, it should have had like a completely incredible, ludicrous effects on the area. And it's like, well, it did. Like, so many people died at the Battle of Fei River that the Wei dynasty, which was poised to reunify all of China up until the Battle of Fei River, the Wei dynasty collapsed because they ran out of tax money because so many people died. Their entire tax system warped so badly that the country split in half. Like, yes, it did have that kind of effect. Like, it's wild. And like yeah, like, and I've seen the contestation that like, oh, like Caesar says he fought like 200,000 Gauls, and we know that that's not true. It's like, yeah, but also like when Caesar said he had 50,000 soldiers in his army, we tend to believe that, and like our records are from the Wei side. Our record is from the losing side of that battle.
Right.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Semper Chaos.
Chinese dynasty scrolls being tossed in a pit. That's probably Qin Shi Huang.
Qin Shi Huang is the guy who gets to go really famous for that.
Yeah.
He gets really famous for that. It is worth noting that like that's generally the burning of the scholars is generally believed to be exaggerated. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I interrupt you, Nemo.
That is where we get like the Changyu, like the 4-character idiom of like burning books and burying scholars.
Yeah.
But that is to say, it became an idiom because it was a not common, but still more often. It was a thing that happened more than once.
Yeah, and it's probably exaggerated, but also like we are confident that the Qin dynasty killed a lot of scholars.
Right.
because like they even killed legalist philosophers. Are you familiar with the death of Xiangyang?
Is Xiangyang the one who was like, make it 10?
No. Who was that? Who's the make it 10 guy? Xiangyang.
There's a character in like Chinese history who like the standard execution for like imperial sedition was that you were executed to the 9th degree, which is basically like you are killed, your parents are killed, all of your children are killed, any of your grandchildren and grandparents are killed, all of your uncles and aunts are killed, all of your nephews and nieces are killed. And then like he basically was like, I am so convinced of my authority in this matter that you should just go for 10. And so they also killed the families of all of his servants.
Yeah, that's a Zuju. And hold on, I'm looking up who it was. Cause I know this story. This guy, this one was fucking crazy. Yes, it was Feng Xiaoru. Feng Xiaoru. But no, it was so Xiangyang was a legalist philosopher in the Qin kingdom before they were the Qin dynasty, and he passed all these like he's responsible for a lot of like legalism, which is this like really harsh series of laws that are all kind of built around
obey the law.
Fuck you, obey the law. Yeah. There's a famous like aphorism from legalist philosophy that like there are 2 guards guarding the king, and the king falls asleep.
Right.
And one of them puts a blanket on the king, and the king wakes up and he goes, "Who put this blanket on me?" And one of the guards says,
"I did." That's not your fucking job.
That's not your fucking job, and he gets executed for abandoning his post. Which I will contest that he should have had the wherewithal, or at least like the lawyery. He should have had a lawyer stand up and be like, protecting you. He was protecting you from the cold, sire. Like that's part of his job.
Right.
But it's supposed to illustrate like the total anti-intellectualism of it, like a deep level of anti-intellectualism where like, nobody thinks, not even the king. Not even the king has thoughts. Everything should proceed from the law.
The law is a natural and understandable force of nature that should be adhered to.
Mm-hmm.
And failure to do so means that you need to be removed from society permanently.
Yeah, permanently and immediately. You may note that
in fact, it would be wrong not to. It would be an executable offense not to kill you.
Yeah. It's a crazy way to live life. It's a crazy way to organize society, which is why the Qin dynasty only lasts like 20 years. And so the Xiangyang is one of the guys who like formulates a lot of this. And part and parcel of this is that this means that the crown prince is not exempt from punishment. So the crown prince does some shit that embarrasses the kingdom and gets smacked for it. And Xiangyang insists that, like, no, to the king, like, no, you cannot like spare your son from getting publicly lashed over this. Like, this is the punishment. And spoiler, you know what happens to crown princes? They become kings.
Yes.
So he becomes a king, and he remembers being publicly humiliated by Xiangyang. So he trumps up some charge to get him killed. To get Xiangyang killed. And here's the part that's the real kicker, is that Xiangyang, like, he knows this is about to happen. Like, when he realizes that the king is gonna die, he's like, let's get the fuck out of here. And he tries to bail. And he doesn't get very far because he tries to go to an inn. He goes to an inn and he's like, hey, let me stay here. And the innkeeper is like, hey, I need to have your ID. And Xiangyang's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was in a rush and I left it behind. And the guy's like, well, then I can't have you in here because, like, if I harbor somebody who's a criminal and I let them come in here without a badge, I am responsible for their crimes. Like, I'm culpable. I become a conspirator to that. And this is one of Xiangyang's laws, is that, like, like harboring a fugitive means that even inadvertently means that you are a co-conspirator. And so, like, they're having this argument, and then that's when Xiangyang gets caught. And it was a law that he passed. Yeah. So he gets executed from his own fucking legal reforms. Like a jackass.
I do love if you go on the Wikipedia article for Xiangyang.
Yeah, it's
and
good.
You go to the death section. It begins with the sentence, "Yang was deeply despised by the Qin nobility."
Yeah, no, he like he's such an asshole. He's such an asshole. Like, yeah, this wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened if he had written a law such that it wasn't the sort of thing that gets him executed.
Right.
Like, oh my goodness. No, absolute. And like he's got as actually like he writes some kind of interesting things. If the people are strong, the state is weak. If the state is strong, the people are weak. Like, it's a kind of interesting series of philosophies. He's like, I'm actively opposed to like music.
Yeah.
I am actively opposed to like music and poetry and like self-expression, because these are all things that like it's an interesting philosophy, and it's like
the beatings will continue until morale decreases.
So somebody described him as a Super Saiyan legal autism. Like, yeah, he just needs everybody to follow the law.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Please stand in a perfectly straight line.
Which, yeah. I mean, to make it anime, to make it so my anime-ass VTuber audience can relate to this. This was a fucking character in Kaguya. In Kaguya Wants to Be Confessed To. Did you read Kaguya?
I did not.
Okay, there's a character in it, a major character in it, who's her thing is like, if everyone just follows all of the rules, then we can start having more fun. Then we can all like she's like 4'11". She's like 4'10" or something like that. She's just this vicious little fascist.
That is like the core of legalism, though. It's like, fuck you, obey the law.
Yeah, it's just fuck you, obey the law.
Fortunately, it did not win out in terms of like the state ideology.
Oh yeah, I mean, it won very briefly. It won very briefly.
But then Confucius came along and was like, nobody pays attention to me. And then everybody, like 20 years after he died, was like, holy shit, this is great.
This is so good. This is good. Didn't she advocate for the student uniforms to include buzz cuts? Yes, she did.
Oh, yes, Jesus.
She's actually an amazing character. She rules. She's this vicious little fascist, but she's also like a huge sex perv. It's great. It's great. She's such a little freak.
Incredible.
She's sad because people put kick me signs on her, which is, to be fair, is pretty rude. But yeah, she's a maniac. She's so good. I love Ino. I fucking love her. What an incredible character. To have a character who's like this vicious little fascist who like writes Yume Joshi fanfic. He writes self-insert Yume Joshi fan.
If everyone obeys the laws, I can have my boyfriend.
Yeah, if everyone obeys laws, I can have my fantasy boyfriend. And unsurprisingly, everybody who's like that in high school, she becomes a total party animal in college.
Yeah, it's like when the Christian like homeschooled kids go to college.
Yeah, it's very much that. I think she's so fucking funny. I think it's such a fucking funny character. But yeah, so legalism, the way that legalism goes down, I love this part of the story, is that legalism imposes a death penalty for being late to muster. If you're a military commander and your unit is late to a muster, death penalty. So what's an obvious consequence of this?
You don't have a military.
Yes, you very quickly don't have a military, because it means that anytime somebody is late, and there's no allowances. So like, if there's a flood that causes you to be late, you already have half an army, and you're going to get executed anyway. So may as well take a shot at the king.
Yeah. Become a bandit warlord and kill the king. The bandit of heaven has been lost.
And this is just what they did. And this is how the dynasty goes down. It's like, it's just endemic. Yeah, he's 1 second late. That means we don't have a general anymore. Yeah, no, it's a fucking stupid philosophy. It turns out that like you should have like give in your, don't make all of your bridges out of perfectly rigid materials.
Right.
Like,
and then we move into like basically like classical Confucianism, which is, I feel like, would you agree? It's basically the opposite of anarchism.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty fair. Especially like especially the classical style, the Shunzi
like
style.
If anarchy is like this, the philosophy of like voluntary interaction, then Confucianism is like, no, the interaction is perfectly stratified and we can quantify it.
Well, the biggest thing in Confucianism that I would say that like makes like a kind of hard one for like most people to kind of get when they hear about it is like, no, you were always already born into an incredibly complicated weave of obligations that you will never be able to pay off.
Right.
We are about to get by ads, and I need to use the bathroom. So
I do too.
We are going to put on the fan art gallery. We will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art, and we'll see you in a few. Hey, we're back to Catholicism. Kind of. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. Hello, 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 hello. I remembered when I got off that we have not even talked about the thing that kind of initiated my whole thoughts about this, which is
right.
The two of us getting our brains blown out by the Republic of San Marino.
That's true. San Marino and its most serene aerospace program.
How a country of 20,000 people has a fucking aerospace program? What is going on? What is going on there? Which is actually a kind of like small, deep lesson in. I really should probably just do like an entire lecture on this of like, what is a lot of money?
What is, to answer this, we must ask, what is a money?
What is a money? Oh god, I know way too much about that topic. That'll cause a 6-hour lecture on monetary theory. But like I've just kind of encountered this a lot of like what is a lot of money? Like what is expensive? What is it for something to be expensive? And like it's one of those things that like me and Mr. Nemo here, me and Mr. Director Nemo here, we like the OECD Tradle game, which is how the Republic of San Marino blew our fucking brains out. And I also, the other one that blew my brain out was Gambia.
The incredibly wealthy nation of Gambia.
Yeah. The fastest growing
20
export
miles
economy.
on either side of a river.
The fastest growing export economy I've ever seen. 10x, a 1,000% growth in exports over 1 year.
Also, yes, $20 for a dozen eggs is expensive.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Last time I bought eggs, I paid, I believe, 62 cents for a dozen.
That's cheating. You're vegan.
That does help a lot. Yeah, I've been vegan for over a decade. That does help a lot. It's a country's gross domestic product. How much does it cost? $20 billion? A confusing statement. But... But yeah, it's a wild... It's so like how big a number is gets like so strange, and I'm thinking a lot about a news story that came out about a year ago or so, where a woman on a city council in like a small town in Illinois, like a 20,000-ish person town, had managed to embezzle like $10 million from the city.
Where do you even get that from the city?
Well, like, what is going on in the city that the city has managed to produce that much tax revenue off of 10,000 people? Like,
right.
What is happening?
Now, mind you, there are like those towns that were created specifically so that like predominantly white intellectuals could have their own incorporated community.
If you want to give yourself a headache, look at northern New Jersey, where they were like splitting off towns to like 500 people at a time. Like, yeah, please also step by step. And it's just like this kind of illustration of like how much money can be sloshing around in certain areas.
Speaking of New Jersey, just out of curiosity, what is your least favorite state?
It's actually not New Jersey. It's not New Jersey. I actually think New Jersey gets a bad rap.
Lovely.
Yeah, New Jersey's fine. New Jersey's fine. I'm not even sure. I don't even like New Jersey the least out of the Northeast states. I like it more than I like New Hampshire. I don't think it's Florida because I mean the thing is like me and Nemo are we're Yankees up here.
Yeah.
It's very
Florida,
hard.
I feel like serves a similar function as the Coliseum.
Yeah. Yeah. Florida's our petri dish of Americana. It's our patch test realm. I'm looking at like Neo Patterson. Yeah, Neo Patterson, New Jersey. Neo Patterson for New Jersey. The Thunderdome. Yeah. I think it is in fact Texas.
That's a respectable answer and has probably way more thought put into it than mine.
What's yours?
I have like a 3-way tie. I hate them all for different reasons.
Okay.
I don't like Wyoming because fuck Wyoming.
Okay, understandable. Beautiful. It's beautiful, physically speaking.
Connecticut is a godless territory that should be just fully subsumed into New York City like it belongs. I don't care. And I would say my least favorite state is Delaware because it's not even a state. It is a fiefdom of the DuPont Corporation.
To be fair, it's not a fiefdom of just the DuPont Corporation. It's a Delaware exists as a dodge to create a legal environment that isn't even strictly speaking business friendly, just extremely business predictable.
Yes. The Chancery Court is constant in its bizarrity.
Yeah, that's and it is but yeah, no, I will say, like, in the case, like, I have to think like very hard about, because like it's honestly a lot of the Deep South I have like a real antipathy for in a couple of ways. Mostly, like, unsurprisingly, a certain amount of bigotry on my part, right? That, like, I'm a inveterate Yankee, and so like there's like that cultural element. Non-trivially, I fucking hate the heat. I fucking hate being hot. My biggest complaint about New York City is it's too hot.
I have been to Texas once, and it, without exaggeration, nearly killed me.
Yeah, I can believe that. I nearly died.
Like, being in Texas for 2 weeks caused an illness that lasted 6 months.
Yeah. But also, like, it's I hate being hot guy. Flames Hotman, yeah, I'm Flames Hotman over here. That's why I got too much of it. I need less of it. Yeah, no, Blue has heard this from me a dozen times. My biggest complaint about New York City is that it's too hot. I want it to be colder here.
My biggest indictment of New York City is that you haven't figured out that you can put your feet into a fountain.
Oh man, like we need that. I mean, like we need that kind of trouble here. Oh man.
I'm just saying, like, you go to Chicago and they have a massive public fountain in the middle of the city, and you can just get wet and be cool. Meanwhile, in New York, you've got people sitting around in 3-piece suits sitting on the edge of a fountain, sweating to death.
Oh yeah, New Yorkers love that's like the professional New York. If sweating in a 3-piece suit was a professional sport, New York would be so competitive. It would be like New York versus Tokyo would go so hard.
the suit is weighed after a half-hour period to see which one has accrued more weight.
I think you should like. I think you have to like. See, I mean, that's certainly one option. I think that we would definitely win on that one. Japanese people don't seem to swet so much. I was thinking about like how much can you survive? Like how much can you survive?
Oh, like sauna endurance.
Yeah, sauna endurance. Like you put a guy in a 3-piece suit in a sauna and just like up the temperature every 15 minutes until they give up. I feel like there is a type of New Yorker that would just simply die on principle. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they would die just so they don't have to go to work.
Yeah. I don't understand how you live there. Like, it is.
It's so swampy.
It's gross.
I say all the time that outdoors in the New York summer is like living inside somebody else's armpit.
Did I mention that the one time I've been to New York was during like July?
That's awful. I had a friend who was thinking about coming here in like August of last year. I'm like, don't. Like, you absolutely have better things to do. You absolutely have better things to do here. Depending on suit material, they might last a while. Imagine the design committee that like how they make like the special swimsuits that are special water cutting, but they make a special 3-piece suit that's technically a 3-piece suit, but like designed for maximum moisture wicking and cooling.
A 3-piece like fucking microfiber suit.
Big Ham.
Big Ham. Brazil.
Shout out for Ham. I know what Ham was doing, so I don't need to use the special shout out. You get the full shout out. How are you doing, Ham? How was the art? How was the 3D art? You were drawing shindigs? Was that it? Oh, and thank you, Melkor, for the gift sub to Big Ham. Big Ham, enjoy your dance. Enjoy your dance emote and your tank. Giving Shindig some accessories. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yes, for the raiders, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Yeah, everybody reacts that way to that emote. It's so good.
What is that? Oh, that's precious.
Thank you, George Chungus, for listening to my demons. I've got great emotes. I'm very happy. Melkor, have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah, I am Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, and now I'm a VTuber. Now I'm anime online for money, and I am joined today by Evil Bunny Boy.
I am Director Nemo, your favorite villain VTuber, former student of sociology, current unemployed loser.
Current unemployed loser, yes. Normally, my streams, I do calligraphy or paint miniatures, but today, me and Nemo are having literally 100% of the discussions that you're not supposed to have in VTubing space.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. But yes, Big Ham, thank you for joining us. I am glad that the Shindig's art was going well. Folks should know that Big Ham is big and she is ham as well, which are a good combination things to be. I interrupted you, Nemo.
Oh no, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, that she is big.
Quite
and
big, very ham.
Very big, very ham, and also very Brazil. Oh, hold on, let me take a look at it. Oh, it's because you had views. It's because you had views in there. Views and viewers gets blocked because of bots.
Oh, my mod Neon would like us to speak about the ship of Theseus.
Yeah. The ship of Theseus.
Okay.
Well, okay, hold on. What is? We are several thousand years out from the ship of Theseus being particularly complicated. Let's hear it. What's your ship of Theseus?
Okay, my mod mocks me because I follow the Japanese tradition of of course it's the same fucking ship. What are you talking about?
Okay. See, I am kind of in. My take on it has historically been that I think of it a lot like Taoist aphorisms or Zen koans. That the value of it is not really having an answer. The value of it is thinking about it. The value is thinking about it. I think that from a modern Western scientific perspective, of course it's the same fucking ship. Right, like this is if you don't, this actually gets to let's talk about the more interesting version of this. It's more troubling, I should say. What is a song?
Depends.
Yeah, right. Well,
depends, and I refuse to elaborate.
So, like Sweet Caroline. What makes it Sweet Caroline? How do we identify Sweet Caroline? How do we know that a cover of Sweet Caroline is still Sweet Caroline? Well, it can't be the sound because that would just be an individual instance of playing Sweet Caroline, which is not what we mean, right? Like a new playthrough of Sweet Caroline is still Sweet Caroline. This is fucked up to me. The content ID. Yeah, the content ID. The song is the template. So so Neon Crucifix is proposing a hard Platonism.
I would argue that my understanding of the ship of Theseus also exists here, in that the ship of Theseus is not a physical object. It exists in the unconscious mind of the people.
Yes, but then how do we identify? How do we know that two instances of singing Sweet Caroline are both Sweet Caroline? And why do we say that they're the same object?
We must apply the traditional American philosophy of pragmatism.
You don't like me getting platonic here.
The things you sit on are chairs.
I mean, chairs is a good one for getting people real mad. Chairs is a good one for that. The real ship of Theseus was the friends we. Arguably, yes. I think the idea is still there. It's very core. Yeah, this is my point here, right? Right? Is like these are all non-rigorous answers. All of these answers have poor rigor. Have poor rigor to them. If you are a materialist, you want there to be a physical object. You want there to be a physical, platonic, solid, sweet Caroline.
There is a chair somewhere.
There is a chair somewhere.
We can discover it and learn about its properties, and all other chairs are weak reflections of that chair.
All other chairs are projections of that chair. This is why I got a B in philosophy in OTL. I do think it is funny to refer to the real world as OTL.
No, that's a person kneeling on the ground.
Oh, I never get that. That was one of the ones I never get. The other one is the ORZ. I never understand that that's a person.
I had to have it explained to me.
I will continue to not get it because I'm used to OTL being an actual acronym. So I will continue to think it means original timeline. No, it's hard to be. It's hard to show emotions. No. Being a person who asks questions about this. Being a person who asks questions about this is what makes you a good college student. This is a good college student thing. The person who looks at why does 1 + 1 = 2 and thinks that this is an actual hard question, those are the folks who actually get math degrees and actually advance the field of mathematics.
Yes.
Is an unwillingness to accept the world as it is.
Ridicule, though.
Yes, this is true. But the advancement of knowledge comes from the people who are unwilling to accept.
Also, my favorite Welshman has inadvertently discovered Taoism.
Your favorite Welshman? Who's your favorite Welshman?
Something original.
Oh, something original. Okay, excellent. Yeah, Taoism's a... Yeah, there's a rigorous proof out there. Yes, there is a rigorous proof out there somewhere. There is a rigorous proof somewhere out there that...
The famous math text, the set theory textbook that has, like, on page 211, it should be noted at this point that 1 + 1 = 2.
It's pretty brutal. Oh, hello, Dizzy. Hello, Dizzy. Good to see you here, Dizzy. I feel like it's really relevant. Oh, no, that's a shame. No, it's when you ask questions when they're extremely irrelevant. That's when you get, like, the good students. Those are the good students. It's the ones who look at, like, almost anything you say and are like, hold on, what the fuck are you talking about? Those are the students who, like, really kill it.
I would... So, like, my personal, like, lifelong hyperfixation is language. And so you can imagine the amount of, like, personal restraint it took to not throttle multiple members of staff and faculty because of the academic truism of, the Inuit have 80 words for snow.
Ah, yes, that one. The old demonstration of the Sapir-Worf hypothesis, which...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, go ahead. I've done the spiel on Sapir-Whorf a million times, but you care more about, so I want to hear you. I want to hear your thoughts.
Axiom 1: believing in the strong Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is a sin, and you will go to hell for it.
Well, let's explain to the class what the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is and what the difference between strong and weak.
It comes in two forms. There's strong and weak. Strong is basically the idea that you can only conceive of things for which you have words for. And the weak is that it's almost the inverse, is that, like, language influences the way that you conceive the world. In and of the fact that what is important to you socioculturally influences the language as it develops. Yes.
And there's a it's an interesting one because it kind of cuts both ways, right? The causality is not actually super clear. And that's, do you develop more words for something as it becomes more important? Or as a concept is more important, do you have to develop more and more words to describe the phenomena? So it's actually unclear. It's pretty unclear which direction the causality works on. But still an interesting conceit, right? It's still an interesting one. No one outside of
Weak
Germany.
Sapir-Worf is interesting. Strong Sapir-Worf is
stupid.
It just devolves into racism.
It does tend to devolve into racism. This is one of those things that like
folks primitive people who cannot conceive of the concept of time.
This is just a kind of nice illustration that the way that people in academics and philosophy and stuff use the words strong and weak tend to be the opposite of what people outside of academia expect them to mean. Something is considered strong if it proves more other things, is what it means. Like, that's what strong means, is that the strong version of something is simultaneously harder to prove but proves more things if it's true. So it's the difference between all and some. Right? You know, all dogs are brown, some dogs are brown. If all dogs are brown, then that means that you never have to think about what the color of a dog is because you always know it's going to be brown.
Right.
If some dogs are brown, that doesn't really tell you anything very much. That's a very big gap between those two. Some versus all is a very big gap in strength. So, like, strong Sapir-Worf, if it were true, which I don't understand how you could.
I am willing to make the truth claim that it is not.
I don't know how you could believe in it. Like, I don't know how you could take it seriously. Like, I don't know.
It is strong Sapir-Worf is the most aggressively monolingual worldview you can possibly have.
Well, it just has like this very obvious problem of like how do people then discover new things?
Right.
Like, it's really hard to take seriously.
It is a position only tenable if you are a perfectly monolingual American, basically.
Yeah,
or only English speakers can think this way.
And like a very limited type of English speaker too. Like, if you've done research. If you've done research, Vexen Cat is asking an important question I don't have an answer to. If you've done research, you will know that you are encountering concepts that are, like, that you don't have words for. And then you'll have to, like, figure them out. And sometimes you come up with new words. If you are a comics fan, this has happened. The Far Side comic invented the phrase thagomizer. which people who had been studying stegosauruses for years looked at and they were like, yeah, that's pretty good. We're going to use that. Like, they knew what a thagomizer was. They didn't have a word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thagomizer. The thagomizer.
There's an idea of cow tools.
There's the idea of cow tools. There's the idea of cow tools, and there's and one of my favorite ones from The Simpsons, cromulent.
Cromulent. It's a perfectly cromulent word.
Cromulent is a perfectly cromulent word, and so the idea of like strong Sapir-Worf means that like people couldn't have studied thagomizers in a meaningful way before thagomizer was invented. Like, it's stupid. It's a fucking stupid idea. It's dumb.
It's very orientalizing as well, but of all other cultures but your own. In that it's almost like, yes, the inscrutable. The inscrutable Chinese, they have such a different approach to their understanding of time because they have a tenseless language. Ooh.
Ridiculous. Absolutely
preposterous.
Absolutely preposterous. Insane to take. Weak Sapir-Worf. I tend to be like really weak on Sapir-Worf in general. I tend to think even weaker is. I think even the weak one is like a pretty strong overstatement of what's going on. I think sometimes languages just have fucking words, man.
Yeah.
Like so something original, it depends on how strong your version of it is. I think the original is the weak version, right?
I don't know, actually. I think it's somewhere. I think the original proposition was somewhere in between, but slightly more towards strong. Because if I'm not mistaken, Sapir is the guy behind the Hopi Time book.
Oh, yeah, that might be.
No, it's Worf. So Worf definitely was like strong in his belief in I guess what he would have, I don't know if he would have referred to it as the Sapir-Worf hypothesis. That seems vaguely masturbatory. But Hopi is a language of the Hopi people of the American Southwest, which in its verbal construction does not have definite tensed conjugations, and that's about it. Most of the other claims made in the book are absolutely incorrect. The Hopi language has words for definite time and also has a fully developed aspectual system, which means that you can fully categorize words into a chronological order.
So yeah, just that's a little bit frustrating because I'm looking at I'm inclined to I've just like a slight like immediate idea of being like slightly nicer to Sapir just because he's one of Boaz's students. And like it's hard to hate Boaz. I find it very hard to hate Boaz. Just like every time like I read like a horribly racist 19th century theory, like the next sentence is Franz Boas was one of the first people to oppose this. So it's hard. I found it hard to hate Boaz, but yeah, it's not a it's a theory that's like interesting to think about, and I do think that like if you are coming at this from like a researching perspective, like a forward-thinking research perspective, and not trying to apply it directly, there is a kind of interesting use case here, which is you can make your own work easier by making up new words.
Yeah.
Which I'm not gonna lie, true. True.
Yes.
True. It does help. It does help to just start making up words.
I mean, the very fact that you can do that disproves the strong Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, because you can the way that goes in a research paper is you introduce a concept and then say, and here is a word that I have divined for it.
Yeah. Is there a meta useful of it as a way to study sociologists? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Easy. Sociologists love this shit. Sociologists love to do experiments on other sociologists. They fucking love this stuff. They're doing it constantly.
100%.
They're doing it to the point where it's actually become boring. Like that's like
sociology is a young science that has done a lot of. It has notoriety for being very good at being unethical.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, it tends to slip under the radar because it's usually the psychologists who get the worst ones.
Psychology is more eminently understandable for what you're fucking up a person with.
Well, I mean, I think we just kind of, as a discipline, we just kind of dodged a bullet on the fact that like Zimbardo's work could have been sociology, but it was just considered psychology.
Right.
Like it could have been considered sociology. That is kind of a sociology experiment, but fortunately it was a psychology experiment, so we just get to dodge that bullet for no good fucking reason other than Zimbardo's own narcissism.
Exactly. We do still have the woman who joined the cartel.
I like the U Chicago grad student who joined the drug dealers.
Yes, it's the same.
Like I thought it was a dude who joined the Chicago drug dealers.
It was a
was an Indian.
I think it was a husband and wife pair.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that rules. It's so good.
But they absolutely did crime, up to and including possibly aiding and abetting in murder.
Venkatesh. Rules. Absolutely rules. Do poor people really need their legs? I mean, no, this is like the thing. This is the thing, right? Is like the like I said up top, the overwhelming argument of the overwhelming study of sociology is how can we not give poor people money? How can we do everything possible to not just give poor people money? And
we are considering the plight of the homeless. Everyone stop recommending UBI.
Yeah, whatever we do, we cannot just build houses to resolve homelessness. That is like the number one rule of homelessness is you cannot just build people houses.
It's clearly a societal problem, and in no way is money related to society.
We cannot just apply resources directly to the problem, right? That's like, yeah, how can we help poor people without hurting the feelings of rich people? Yes.
Right.
That's a good way of putting it.
The answer is you can't.
Yeah, the answer is that they're very fragile. That's the answer. At some point we just ignore the material costs of things, right? I mean, that's a good way to produce some very stupid papers, is to just pretend that things don't cost money.
Ronner, what is a money? I don't think you know, so let's just ignore it.
Imagine the candle tweet forever. Yeah, yeah. God, the candle tweet is really evergreen.
What's is that the one where it's like, can somebody please help me budget?
Yep, that's the candle tweet. It's
my family is starving.
Buy fewer candles. No.
No. Have fewer billionaires. That's just not tenable.
I mean, there's a way that you can have fewer billionaires, and that's by concentrating the billionaire wealth into a smaller number of billionaires. Where that one's allowed. We're allowed to demote some of the lower tier billionaires to millionaires in order to make sure.
Or alternatively, the more disgusting version, we promote some of them to trillionaires, which has only recently become possible.
Oh yeah, it's solve the problem through the level of hyperinflation where the average American is a billionaire.
my Trump marks that I have to take down in a wheelbarrow.
Oh my goodness. It is a brand new house. It retains none of the original qualities. The average Theseus enjoyer. Nanomancer wants to be the one true billionaire, which is a dangerous proposition, because Nanomancer is also a dangerous fellow, who generally cannot be trusted with power, because that's how wizards work.
I see.
Yes, but this is sociology has produced a lot of really horrible studies. It is kind of interesting to see. I'm trying to think of what's the most evil sociology study I can think of, and it's really hard to think about, because I can think of what I think is the most evil economics experiment. Psychology is hard because there's a lot of competition. There's just a lot of stiff competition for the most evil most evil psychology. For anthropology, I've got a pretty clear answer.
What's your answer for anthropology?
The Yanomamo studies by Chagnon.
I'm not familiar.
You probably have heard of Napoleon Chagnon. Oh, thank you for the sock, Blue. So the Napoleon Chagnon, folks. Napoleon Chagnon is the writer of a book called The Fierce People. Oh, and now I'm tall. Is a writer of a book called The Fierce People, which is a history of the Yanomami, an ethnography, not a history, an ethnography of the Yanomami, who are a people in Venezuela. They're a slash and burn agricultural people in Venezuela, and he wrote about how warlike they were. That was his thing, was these people are uniquely, incredibly turbo-violent.
Are these the people that I think I read an edition of The Bathroom Reader as a child that mentioned them, where they have almost to a comedic level that I was like, that's not real. Where they would have competitions of bashing each other's heads in with rocks.
I don't think that was in his work, but I could imagine somebody working that out from what he wrote. He was writing about them as a uniquely, incredibly violent people. And first of all, in case anybody doesn't get this, just so nobody gets this twisted, other people have studied the Yanomami people, and they have not witnessed the level of violence that he is talking about. They have not seen them as being a substantial outlier. They are a very violent group. It is a very violent society, but it is no more violent than other low complexity agricultural society. It is in line with other agrarian societies where the only resolution to somebody fucks you over on something is you kill them.
Right.
That does tend to, and there's no check on like you've killed enough people. It's always like this guy stole. This guy fucked my wife, so I killed him, and then his brother killed me, and then my brother killed his brother, and so on and so on. Like it's
right. We see the exact same concept in like Eastern European blood feuding.
Yeah. Hatfield and McCoy shit, right? It's just Hatfield and McCoy shit. This stuff happens all the time. They are not unusual for that. What is unusual in the case of the Yanomami is that this was some old anthropology, and so there's a lot of different ways that you can get informants, right, when you're doing field work. And a common one is to bribe people, right? You bribe people into telling you things. That's how you ingratiate yourself to a community. It's like you come in and you've got chocolate bars, right? And you give people chocolate bars and they tell you
fabulous gifts from the outside world.
Yeah, so what Napoleon Chagnon brought in was weapons.
What the hell? These people are uniquely violent. I have also decided to take an accelerationist position on their ability to enact violence.
Yeah, these people I keep arming sure are violent. Yeah, he came into a Stone Age society and gave them steel machetes.
Jesus.
What an asshole.
Oh my god.
Well, Shark Ray, because they're valuable. Because they're valuable. They're valuable objects.
Yeah.
They're fabulous gifts from beyond.
Yeah.
Yes, Blue, that's actually not even usually the thing that gets cited. The thing that gets really cited for Napoleon Chagnon's psychopathy is he married one of his subjects.
Unacceptable. The ethics board will have you beheaded.
Also, this subject was 8 years old when he first met her.
Ugh.
Yep. Yep. Horrible person.
This seems less like anthropology and more like projection.
Yeah. It's just a horribly vile person. So that's like a clear case of like what my least ethical anthropologist is. Although I'm sure that I can find somebody worse from the 19th century if I go digging around. I'm sure I can find it because 19th century anthropology was crazy. For economics, I have a clear one. For economics, it's really easy.
All economists.
It's Chile. It's Chile.
Oh God, I regret that we created political economy.
Yeah, so for folks who might not be familiar with the "It's Chile" thing that I'm referring to, the government of Chile in 1979, I believe, a guy named Salvador Allende won the Chilean presidential election.
Yeah, Allende.
Allende, I'm sorry, my Spanish is horrible. I'm saying
I believe it's Allende.
Allende. Should be Allende. I'm just awful. And this was decided to be unacceptable to the rich people of Chile. 1973 or 73. This was decided to be unacceptable to the wealthy people of Chile. So they did a business plot, right? They did a business plot. They lined up a general. They got a general, and the general, got some soldiers together and shot Allende in the fucking street. Yep. And declared himself dictator of the country. And the U.S. was pretty fucking okay with this because the Chileans that we cared about were the rich Chileans. And the
U.S. basically backed Pinochet.
Yeah, they did back Pinochet. I don't know how much they backed Pinochet before he came to power. I have heard like varying levels of Nixon directly ordered the assassination of Allende all the way up to like this was a homegrown revolt that the U.S. was just very happy about. I've heard varying levels. I'm pretty sure that Nixon involvement was somewhat there. Once they got in power, extremely high levels of backing from the U.S. government. The U.S. government was extremely enthusiastic about Pinochet, and so was the British government. Pinochet was one of Margaret Thatcher's favorite people on the planet. If you wanted more reasons to hate Thatcher, easy task there. So Pinochet becomes the dictator of Chile, and Chile gets turned into a full country scale experiment for the Chicago School of Economics. The boys from Chicago are going down and holding one-on-one meetings with Pinochet all the time and getting to set policy for the country all the time. And the only thing they were not allowed to do, the only thing that Pinochet was overruling them on, was copper.
Yes.
They wanted to do total libertarianism on everything in the economy, and Pinochet was like, "No, we are keeping the copper mines completely nationalized. Fuck off. We actually need to get the copper out of the ground. We can do anything else we want in this country, but the copper needs to get out of the ground."
Every other supply chain, but god damn it, copper pipe and wire needs to get made.
The copper needs to go to the U.S. The entire reason this country exists is so that we can get copper to the U.S. We are not fucking this up because of your stupid principles on libertarianism.
No, we just made the country super long because we thought it was funny.
Yeah. you thought this was just a joke. No. It's because of copper's incredible tensile strength that allows you to spin it out into incredibly thin wires. You fools. It's synecdoche. It's a metaphor. Yeah. But it's fucking, yeah, so like they got to do an entire countrywide experiment in Chile, and this turned out to be really bad for Chileans. This was really bad for Chileans. I am going to actually I will actually back away from saying some of the worst stuff. Like, after everything we've said here, there are things that Chile did that were so gross, I'm not even going to, I am unwilling to talk about them. Yeah, even more of a reason to think, yes,
something another reason to think economists are awful. Economy is one of the most, like we were talking about, like gender inequality earlier.
Yeah.
Economics is basically the most unequal profession, period.
Yeah, I can believe that.
It is, like, you see, like, people who are, like, female economists, and they talk about, like, it is, like, regressive.
Mm-hmm.
The level of, like, treatment that women receive in the profession, to the point where it is still, like, one of the few remaining, like, fully male-dominated fields.
Yeah, it's dreadful. It's, what is going on with my sorry, what my model's doing something funky. I will have to do something here. Apologies, I'm just going to have to, where is it? I will have to spend my own channel points. Spend my own infinite channel points.
Oh no, he's destabilizing the channel point economy. He's printing channel points.
I'm printing channel points. I mean, economics
overthrow this streamer. He's going to destroy the economy.
We're going to destroy. Yeah, we're going to get channel point inflation.
Don't know what that is. Look at point inflation.
Sorry, I got distracted. I heard inflation. Yeah, economics is an incredibly frustrating field, and I do like to highlight that one of the things that hello, I'm Chris Armpits. One of the things that kind of stands out about economics as a field compared to sociology or even political science, let alone like physics, is the extent to which politicians get involved and invested in what economists are doing.
Right.
That's like a really non-trivial part of why I think you get so much bullshit out of the economics discipline. Because I've read economic stuff that I didn't think was bullshit at all.
Right.
Yeah, like,
Personally, I take any economics work that I read with an enormous lick of salt, because I refuse to accept the existence of Homo economicus.
yeah, Homo economicus is a very silly approach. It's quite silly to think that humans are highly rational. It's also there's a lot of goofy things. This will accurately predict all market behavior for the next 100 years. Like I like Polanyi, right? I like Polanyi quite a bit. I admittedly, like, Polanyi's main insight is dramatically hostile to the entire neoclassical school. His insight that I think of the Polanyi insight as being the really famous one is that societies precede markets don't precede societies. Like a market is made by a society to serve the interest of that society, which, if you read any neoclassical economist, this is unthinkable to them. This is like, from a neoclassical economics perspective, this is a claim akin.
The market is eternal. The market provides.
The market is eternal. The market provides things. If a society attempts to change a market, the society will be broken on the wheel. They'll be shattered on the lathe of heaven by the market forces that will dominate them. When Polanyi is making the point from pretty good historical evidence that societies make markets to serve needs that the society already has.
Right, which seems almost absurd that you would assume a different position.
Oh, it's insane! It's insanity. And there's a fucking philosophy textbook that got published in like the 2000 early in the mid Obama era of by the Koch brothers. The Koch brothers put out a philosophy
textbook with the Koch brothers.
Yeah, and they are making a central claim in this philosophy 101 textbook is that all human society and all philosophy is built around market organization, which is just like,
oh, that's hellish.
It's hellish, but it's also insanely stupid, because it's like the classical Greek philosophical perspective is that society is built around the household. Which becomes especially funny to you as a linguist, right? Because what is the Greek for household?
Oh, fuck.
This is a good piece of etymology here. Good little piece of etymology here. The Greek for a household is oikos.
Domus? No, that's Latin. I'm stupid.
Yeah, domus is Latin, and that's like a location. A household, like the people of it are the oikos.
Oh, the yogurt.
Like the yogurt, which is where we get the term economics from.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Economics is the study of households.
Jesus. So many Greek words, like literally translating so many words that come from Greek, just it becomes so funny.
It's so fun. I love doing super literal translations.
How gymnasium is my favorite because it's a place for being naked.
Yeah, it's the place to hang dong.
Yeah. No. You have to tie that up.
That's true. It's the elevated dong.
Yeah. It would be crass and barbaric to allow your foreskin to pull back.
Welsh for skunk, a literal stink dog. That's pretty good. Greek dudes tended to walk around with their hog out, and they would use a little string to tie the hog around their waist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My penis is manly and very small.
Yeah.
Aren't you jealous, large-dicked barbarian?
Aren't you jealous, large-dicked barbarian? Yeah. Beautiful Angel is surprised and concerned. I'm kind of curious as to what she is so surprised and concerned about. I'm wondering, because like it was obvious when I was bringing up some of the other horrible stuff earlier with like Napoleon Chagnon and stuff like that. Not sure I needed to learn that fact. I think it's an interesting fact to know. I think it's an interesting one to know. That they weren't going around wearing like togas. For one thing, those are Roman. For another thing, those are badges of office. They're not.
They were also so cumbersome and annoying to wear. Like you have to keep one of your arms elevated. They had to pass laws that forced senators to wear them.
The togas are so annoying. Togas are super annoying. A toga is
It's like 3 meters long when it's unrolled too.
It's like a semicircle. It's like a 3 meter diameter semicircle. It's so obnoxious.
You need like 2 slaves to help you put it on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the most stupid clothing.
If folks don't know this about how the Romans made clothing, they didn't really like to do sewing or cutting. They just kind of like made big things that they wrapped and pinned in special ways. So yeah, togas are super obnoxious. They were super duper obnoxious. Part of the reason why they were built that way was because they were just so fucking expensive.
Yeah,
they're so fucking.
Look at all of this cloth that we can dye purple.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, if you had a purple toga, that's crazy. You're going hardcore.
Yeah.
But they'd probably use madder more often, right? As the dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, because doing a Tyrian dyed toga is like, what the fuck is happening?
Several billion snails died for this.
having if somebody walks into Congress with a suit that costs like, I'm trying to figure out like an equivalent for that. For if you had a Tyrian dyed toga during the Roman Republic, that would be like,
it's
actually hard to put that into
the
like
Speaker of the House comes in with like 5 like my arm's worth of Patek Philippe's.
Well, because like the unit of measure I like for like measuring high levels of wealth in ancient Rome is like buying an army. Because that was the thing that like people were doing all the time. Like Crassus wasn't even like a particularly rich guy. He was the poorest guy in the triumvirate, and he was just casually buying armies. So like when I try to talk about like income inequality in ancient Rome versus the modern day, I'm like, can anybody in the modern US just buy the equivalent of like the People's Liberation Army? Like for their own private use? And the answer is no. That's insane. What are you talking about? That's ludicrous. So like if somebody
they can still hire a PMC.
They can hire a PMC. Yes. Yes. It is absolutely possible to hire a gang of thugs. Which is the equivalent in ancient Rome. That is actually an easy ancient Roman equivalent there, that's what patronage was. like you gave poor guys some food and bread, and they would walk around with you and vote for you and then slap your enemies. Like that was very common. There's definitely an equivalent to that, but an equivalent to like
we still do that.
Yeah, we still do that. But the equivalent to like toppling the U.S. government level military force is not something you can casually get. That's not something you can pick up at the store.
Right.
Yeah, it's like one legion. Well, I mean, the thing is, if you can buy a double legion, that's like as much power as the Roman state can project in a single battle at any time anyway, because of how the road network works. They can't really get out more than a double legion. So if you can buy a double legion, you are now a threat to the entire country. And like 50 guys could do that, which is terrifying. Like, what an insane difference. So yeah, like buying a Tyrian purple toga would be like several times that, because that's so expensive
and
it like hurts my head.
Probably illegal.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Niano makes the point very well that like once you're into the Byzantine era, once we're like well into the Byzantine era, it is going to be flat out fucking illegal. Right? It's just going to be flat out fucking illegal. Like as far as somebody disgustingly loudly rich hasn't started wearing clothes with cuffs made from $100 bills, I think it has been done. It just was decided to not be that interesting. I think Lady Gaga's worn more expensive.
More like the realm of like hip hop culture, conspicuous consumption.
I know that Conor McGregor wears watches that are worth like $20,000+. They're also
Conor McGregor's also a fucking criminal.
He also fucking sucks, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a very hard man to respect.
Yeah. Isn't Conor McGregor the guy who, like, didn't he just, like, KO a 70-year-old man for not taking a shot of whiskey with him?
That sounds like something he'd do, but I don't know about it.
I'm pretty sure that happened.
I do think he sucks.
Yeah.
Not. Sorry, I went to his Wikipedia page and I'm really struck by how much he looks like a museum wax statue of a caveman.
Hold on, let me
gonna grab the photo. So
What the hell? Oh, what the hell?
hold on, I'm gonna put it up on screen so that people can see it. Let me just resize the image.
This is gooberish.
Yeah, I know, right? It's.
He has a weirdly conical skull.
I don't want to do. I don't want to be doing. I don't want to. I don't want to. After all of our sociology wokeness talk, I don't want us to suddenly get out the skull calipers, but also like.
Listen, I make one exception for phrenology being okay, and it's when people look like a thumb. You have the cop phenotype.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, this guy, doesn't he look like chat? Doesn't this guy just look like
you could put him in a diorama.
Yeah, you could put this guy in a fucking diorama. This is like
this man in a different century. This man would be like permanently housed at one of those human zoos that they used to have as a model of like primordial man.
Is Conor McGregor. It's hard to show emotions. He's a extremely highly paid mixed martial artist who just fucking sucks. He's not wrinkly enough to be caveman. That's why I say he looks like a wave. He looks like a museum wax sculpture. Like it's anyway. I was just like really alarmed by this when I looked at him. But yeah, we're getting hit by ads again, and as is traditional for the old man, I need to use the restroom. This is why I like to have the mid-roll ads on, is so that I have an excuse to put up the fan art gallery and use the restroom every hour.
Yes.
All right. We'll be back. In a few minutes. Chat, enjoy the fan arts. Yeah, I love you all. See you soon. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. Thank you, chat, for your patience. Thank you, chat, for your patience. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm being very stimulus-driven, and I forgot that I had... I was double-checking to make sure I knew which Shiro Ishii you were talking about, so I've got Shiro Ishii's Wikipedia page open.
Oh, that's a fun read.
Yeah, that's not going to be a great one. That's not going to be a great one. Oh, shit, he fought at Kalkin Gol. Goddamn. Silly battle to fight at. Good lord! Wow, this guy got started. This guy got started early and young on being an asshole. Okay,
oh yeah, decisively like cruel human being.
He just woke up at like a very young age and was just choosing evil like from the get-go. Like
fueled by a sheer hatred for his fellow non-Japanese man.
I know, right? An early and enthusiastic advocate for a bioweapons program, which like
yes,
folks, just like to get all like obnoxiously lib-brained and pessimistic about it. The reason why chemical weapons ban treaties and bioweapon bans treaties are effective is because they suck as weapons.
Yeah,
they fucking suck as weapons. It's if the U.S. thought that mustard gas was that 1,000 pounds of mustard gas was more effective than 1,000 pounds of just bomb, they would use chemical weapons. But they're not, so they don't. That's it.
Right.
That's it. It's just given the opportunity, like yeah. Which is why landmine bans have not been effective. And, you know, in countries where the system of warfare is such that in countries where the system of warfare is such that, like during the Syrian civil war, where chemical weapons are actually kind of effective, they are not effective when you're dealing with countries like the US, because if you're giving somebody a $2,000 rifle, giving them a $100 nuclear and biological containment suit is easy.
Yes.
Like it's just like not a big deal for America, because training the soldier is like $1 million and all their equipment is like $100,000, and it's like, yeah, we can add an extra $100 to that. It's not a big deal. US uses chemical weapons on citizens all the time. That's true. Yes. That is true. And there is an argument to be made that white phosphorus weapons are chemical weapons, which is semi-credible. And then there's an argument that depleted uranium rounds are chemical weapons, which is not particularly credible.
That seems like a stretch.
That's a stretch. It's a big stretch. They're chemical weapons in the sense that they are made out of chemicals, which is true of most of pretty much everything.
What is the Platonic ideal of a chemical weapon?
Yeah, but it is, you know, there's a definition of chemical weapons that like they have to be intended to inflict harm that is non-kinetic, and if you're getting hit with a depleted uranium round, the fact that it is also poisonous is not important.
It's secondary.
it's you have much bigger concerns than the fact that depleted uranium is poisonous. You have much bigger concerns.
From what I understand, the primary reason for its use is that it's I believe the term is that it's self-sharpening.
My understanding was mostly that we used it in the same way because it's extremely dense and slightly cheaper.
Yeah, it's also just really, really fucking dense.
Yeah, it's just a very good for the material concerns that we have for making Sabo rounds. If it sharpens in the air, that also rules. That's helpful for Sabo rounds as well. But otherwise, my understanding was just it's just we could use tungsten or lead or astatine or any other incredibly dense metal, and it just turns out that depleted uranium's relatively cheap and available in relationship. Making an astatine weapon would be very funny. Really dense. We should fire members of the Trump administration and our enemies. See, if we were less political, we would say that we'd shoot members of chat. We would fire VTubers at them. Yes, it is pyrophoric. It is pyrophoric, which is pretty cool. Which looks cool. I don't know if it's good, but it creates a very arresting visual effect to watch this this lance of steel, well, uranium, go flying through the air and just constantly lighting on fire and exploding.
Yes,
is very arresting when you see it in high speed. Guided by the beauty of their weapons, as they say.
So poetic.
Who was that? Who's that line originally by?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're both. I can hear you googling it. I can hear it. It is the
Tapping
title
away
of
on my tiny keyboard.
It is the title of a Sandifer collection, which Sandifer would say that, but I do not think that she would choose. I know enough about Sandifer as a writer to know that she would never, ever make a title for a book based entirely on her own original work. She would always make it a reference.
I wouldn't. I'm illiterate.
Sandifer's great. Sandifer's one of my favorite living authors. Sandifer and John Boyce are my two favorite. Sandifer's probably my favorite nonfiction living author. John Boyce is my favorite science fiction living author.
I've been meaning to read 1770-76.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I've had this plan since before I knew what a VTuber was. This has been a plan sitting in my backseat that I just wanted to do with like friends years ago, to get folks together to do a read through of 17776. Because 17776 is entirely dialogue. There is no non-diegetic
I'd be
prose.
down for that.
Yeah, there's no non-diegetic prose. It's wonderful.
It's a piece of literature about football.
It's about football. Oh my goodness, Minabon, thank you for the raid.
Hello.
Shout out to @Minabon. Hello to the raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and currently a VTuber, and I am joined by evil bunny boy Director Nemo.
Hello, I am Nemo, your favorite villain VTuber, and I am a former student of sociology.
Yes, and how is Near Replicant? That is... I mean, I still need to play Near Replicant.
Replicant, that's the brother Nier version, yes?
I have only played Automata.
Okay.
I've only played Automata. I have a suspicion that it may actually be relevant to the conversation that we're talking about. Nano has played it, so he may be able to justify how relevant it is to us discussing living in a terrifying world of shattering weapons, but also having to understand how those fit into the relationships of power around us. Can you explain sociology for those who don't know, like me? Sociology is the study of groups of people. At a very simple level, it is the study of groups of people. Psychology is the study of individuals and their minds. Sociology is the study of groups of people. Anthropology is the study also of groups of people, but slightly different. So it's very frustrating. If you're wondering if that's frustrating, the answer is yes, it is. It is very frustrating. Economics is the study of how people get things that they don't currently have. These are the sociology, these are the social sciences. These are the core social sciences. Glad you escaped college.
Criminology is an evil field that you should not practice.
Criminology is
Criminology is evil sociology, and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's actually pretty fair. That's actually pretty fair. The difference between sociology and anthropology mostly comes down to the techniques used. Anthropologists will do more ethnography. Sociologists do ethnography, just not as much. And sociologists will do more statistics. Anthropologists will still do statistics, but it's a matter of emphasis and tradition and which department head hates who, and non-trivially racism. It's a lot of things. So, sociologists tend to study urban cultures.
Down to how often you like to wash your hands.
What was that?
Mostly it boils down to how often you like to wash your hands.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Anthropology is just sociology that likes to play in the mud.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. I have always liked the joke that the way that you can tell who is a chemist is that they wash their hands before they use the bathroom. Sociology could technically study older cultures, but it feels, in general, you are only really talking about sociology and anthropology if it's too recent to be history.
Right.
That's actually kind of how I became a sociologist, was that I started in a history department and then my stuff became too recent and they kicked me out. I was studying stuff that was too recent, and they're just like, it's time to be a sociologist. Tradition, did they start in different places? So kind of, but not really. They all academic disciplines functionally start in a mix between the US and Germany in the 19th century.
Right.
That's functionally all academic disciplines start like that. There is, and the university system itself dates back to the 1000s. University of Bologna, I think, is the first one. To the Middle Ages, but they didn't have disciplines. Like, you just kind of got like a degree, right?
Yeah. Which would basically be what we would call like a liberal arts degree.
Yeah, you get an unfocused liberal arts degree. In a lot of ways, what you'd really kind of get is a pre-law. Might actually be the closest. You get like a pre-law theology degree.
Trivium quadrivium, so you'd have like you get pre-law with a minor in like music and debate.
Yeah. It would be pretty close to a classical education. Yeah. How recent is too recent? That's a great question, and I don't have an answer for you. I know that the true authority on history, the true highest authority on world history and the practice of history, the subreddit /r/ask historians has a 20-year rule. The most
so before 20 years ago was history.
Yeah. Not 9/11 is now history.
I can accept that.
Yeah. Is there anthropology focused on Western cultures? It happens. But it is the Something Original is actually kind of hitting on a big component of this, is the joke sociology got the West, anthropology got the rest.
Yeah.
Is kind of the joke. There is a bias towards. There is definitely an attempt to not have that be the case, because both sociologists and anthropologists are uncomfortable with that level of explicit racism.
Yeah. Despite the fact that we didn't used to be.
We didn't used to be, but it has fallen out of fashion. It may fall back into fashion. But for the moment, it's been out of fashion for the last couple of decades. But yeah, they both did start in like a mix of the US and Germany. And it kind of depends on who you consider the foundational workers in your field. If you are focused on Auguste Comte and what I already forgot his name. Durkheim. There we go. Durkheim and Weber are your main inspirations. That's one thing. If it's like Marcel Mauss and Franz Boas, that's another, right? Then you're more of an anthropologist. But it's kind of abstract. The US and Germany certainly don't have troubling history with racism, so that sounds fine. And Kingdom Hearts, I am joking, but also /r/house historians is legitimately a very good source for learning historical facts. It's actually a very good subreddit. Yeah. Unironically has real historians.
I feel like 20 years is a good metric.
It's good enough, yeah. It's good enough.
Like for what is no longer the big now.
The big now, yeah. Now, I mean, and of course, like there's always the perception of history element of this, right? The troubling perception of history where 2016 was 50 years ago, but 2012 was 10 years ago, and 2001 was 100 years ago, but 1995 was 10 years ago. This means a lot of fandoms are literal history. Yeah. Untroubling to me.
Absolutely. That's material. That's immaterial culture.
It's literary culture. It's literary representations. It's intellectual history at that point. It's extremely fun, non-troubling. I will tell you that like one of those like Tumblr posts that like has like now like irritated me with its level of fakeness is the one where this like a student's like, I was talking to my professor and he was like asked me like what fanfic was, and I told him like, oh yeah, it's like these sort of things. Like for example, Dante's Inferno is fanfic, and then he got like really troubled look on his face. I'm like, that's not true. That would not trouble him at all. People don't get troubled by concepts that they've heard of 10 seconds ago. That's bullshit. Like,
right.
It's just nonsense. Cleopatra was born closer to the Tyrannosaurus than the iPhone.
I will say I do enjoy those sorts of like those sorts of like little like chronological placing facts where it's like fucking Homer was as ancient to the ancient Greeks as they are to us.
Yeah. I mean, Cleopatra is closer to the iPhone than to the pyramids.
Right. Like Homer is just unfathomably ancient, even by Greek terms, where they were like, we're not even sure if he was real.
Yeah. My favorite Homer thing that Oxford is older than the Aztec Empire. The Aztec Empire is very short-lived. I always feel like that's something that people tend to miss out on, is the Aztec Empire is only like 100 years. It's like a billion historical figures that could have been on the Titanic at the same time. Now we're getting into the fun ones. Homer was real. He has a TV show. We're deep into the era of like The Simpsons has been bad for longer than like most of chat has been alive.
Isn't there one where, like, technically speaking, like Abraham Lincoln, a samurai, and a fax machine all could have existed at the same time?
Yes. It is hypothetically possible that samurai could have sent Abraham Lincoln a fax.
Good lord.
But
I mean, when we say samurai, we don't mean the thing that you're thinking of. Not you, but like the general idea of what a samurai is did not exist necessarily at the time of Abraham Lincoln. It was just the class still existed, basically.
Well, and like I mean, the thing is, like what we think of as a samurai is highly mythologized, right? It's heavily mythologized.
The samurai was a mounted archer, and a political class.
And then political. Well, I mean, Shark Ray is actually hitting on something that's actually like a kind of important little thing. That like if you watch old samurai films, like this is a thing that comes up as like an important part of the history, that like like a character will bring out a gun.
So like the inspiration for the official crest of the Bureau of Peace is based on the family crest of Sakamoto Ryoma, a minor ranking samurai notable for starting the Navy, wearing cowboy boots, and carrying a gun.
Hell yeah, that rules. Yojimbo and Redbeard. I don't remember if Yojimbo has a gun. Seven Samurai has several guns, but that's less interesting because they're like they're Japanese native guns. But one of my favorite ones is in the Sword of Doom, the very famous Sword of Doom. Yojimbo's got the pistol. I thought so. In Sword of Doom, there's a character who has a pistol, who has a 6-shooter. It's a good place to exist for a bit. I'm going to stick around. Thank you. That's very kind. That's very, very kind. Thank you for the follow, Kingdom Hearts _1951. I said Kingdom as King of. I apologize. Need an actual visual for that. I mean, yeah. I mean, we can watch Sword of Doom on the Discord one of these days. Sword of Doom's pretty good. As is Yojimbo. Yojimbo rocks. Yojimbo rules. But yeah, like these just Hugh Neutron. I don't know what that means. You've lost me. I don't know Hugh Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron's father.
What's he got to do with Jimbo?
He refers to his son as Jimbo.
Oh, okay. King of Hearts _1951. It's easier to just say entire names than it is to remember nicknames. And also, I think it's deeply, deeply funny to say people's entire names out, including underscores. So I'm going to keep doing it.
Goodness.
One of my regulars, I haven't seen him in a minute, but one of my regulars is X _A _N _A _D _U _.
Beautiful.
Xanadu. It's Xanadu, but I think it's very funny to say the full name.
I think Bodega Rat, who was here earlier, has a like a regular whose name is, she always says it as like double ooh when it's I believe it's supposed to be like a weird way of writing DW.
Oh, okay. Oh, no pretzel. Thank you for the gift sub to Unik Orn Ok in Mias. There we go. Got it.
Yes.
Unicorn. There we go. Unicorn in Mias. There we go. It's correct but jarring. Oh, Nano actually that reminds me. The thing about revolvers that I learned that was very interesting is so like tunnel rats, people who would fight in tunnels in the Vietnam War, preferred revolvers over semi-automatics. And the first one Ask Historians asked about it, and the answer for it is disturbing and sucks, and makes me very claustrophobic, which is that semi-automatics eject the shells.
Oh shit.
And given the tight spaces involved, that means that you now get a hot shell ejecta down your shirt.
Yeah, it's best not to fill the exact space you're existing in with hot brass.
Yeah. That made me like extra like self-conscious of like how tight those spaces were. That sucks super bad. But yeah. It's revolvers are the greatest weapon ever invented. I mean, the thing, Nano, right, is like revolvers are the favored weapon of Revolver Ocelot, who might be the least cool man to have ever been invented.
So like I have never owned a gun. I have rarely fired a gun, but I do occasionally experience like gun discourse.
Yeah,
and apparently there is a large like ongoing like fight between two schools of thought, and the one is the people who simultaneously are like revolver purists and believe they are the most superior firearm ever, but also that they will break instantaneously if you do the cool thing where you flick them shut, and then the people who think it looks cool.
I've never used a revolver. I know guns are a very funny thing to me because like I will be in certain contexts and I'll be talking to people and it's like very clear that I know like way more about guns than most people. And then I will be around somebody like Rooftop Nuna who like Rooftop Nuna's knowledge of guns is so distressing. Do you know Nuna?
I don't.
Okay.
I also know nothing about guns, but I have used a revolver.
I will leave it alone with just a. People have brought up guns in Nuna's chat, and like he has like in-depth knowledge of like canceled firearms projects from like the 80s and stuff. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. It's very much like that experience of like when you talk to somebody who like knows everything about Konami and like. You're like, oh yeah, I thought you'll say something like, oh yeah, Castlevania was a pretty fun game, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I wish that they hadn't canceled. Like, I wish they hadn't like canceled this level design. It was such a shame that like so and so got transferred over to the Tokimeki project. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here, man?
What are you talking about?
What is going on?
I will say, I have. Honestly, it was the only time I've ever experienced pleasure operating a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
I got the opportunity to fire a replica of I forget what it was called, but I know it was a type of Colt revolver. Where the story behind its creation is that some like lawman from out west went to Colt and was like, I need a gun that can kill a horse in one shot.
That's a lot.
And then he made one. And the closest I can describe to what shooting it was like is it's like holding lightning.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, it's like holding lightning. Like holding like what type of, do you know what type of caliber it was?
No. I do know that it fired a ball.
Oh, okay.
Like this was a historical replica weapon. It was not meant for like everyday carry.
The everyday carry guys are so funny, man. Like, was that what you mentioned before? You mentioned very much earlier that you have a stable, you have a menagerie of weirdos.
Yes, my little freaks.
Your little freaks.
My little freaks. I just added a new one.
Well, tell
to
me,
my little menagerie. I found a new one. And that's always exciting. That's the topic of my next stream is going to be more about him because we found him on stream.
Ooh, can we get a preview? Can we get a preview of the freak?
His name is Jay Shetty.
Okay.
He is a multi-enterprise individual who I found through an unusual memes video.
Okay.
Because there was one of just two people in a podcast setting nodding awkwardly at each other, and there's like a drink can in the back, and I'm like, what's Junie? And so I go down this rabbit hole, and it's a drink made with like adaptogens, as they call them, you know, those fake mushrooms that make you think good.
Yes.
And it's made by him and his wife, and they also do like traveling things and all of that. I have found so much more about him recently. I will leave it at this. He's a Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna influencer is a guy.
Yeah.
That's
not necessarily forward about being associated with ISKCON.
Ooh, that's an interesting move. I was just going to ask about like how many of them are like everyday carry guys.
I don't. Okay, so the Liver King might be. I go and check on the Liver King every once in a while.
Liver King's still alive.
The Liver King is inexplicably still alive. I need to watch the Netflix documentary that recently came out about him, although from what I've been told, it portrays him in a much more positive light than he deserves.
I mean, I find it hard to talk. I don't know how to talk about Liver King as anything other than like deeply pathetic.
Yeah. He's like in my bespoke topology of little freaks, I would refer to him as like a chud.
Yeah, that's fair. That's okay. I'm used to chud just meaning a person with extremely horrible politics.
For me, chud, I usually use that term to refer to people of a like they have extremely horrible politics, but it's associated with like a certain lifestyle.
Crazy how most of those dudes are pathetic. I am just I'm just constantly amazed that there was ever any question about him being juiced.
Right, the fact that he is clearly displaying the world's most obvious trend tan.
Yeah, you use exclamation point quotes add and then whatever and then you type it in. So use an exclamation point instead of a minus sign. Yeah, it'll look like that. That's how it works, Fetacamo. But yeah, the like it's honestly been kind of amazing to me that like we live in this world where like there's a bunch of people out there who are juicing incredibly obviously and then just lying about it.
Right.
And like Dwayne Johnson's another one where it's just like so not credible.
Right. I will say I have a soft spot for what's his name? He has the very bizarrely dimpled skull. That sounds like phrenology, but it's not.
Oh no, not the phrenology. The phrenology comes back.
What is what's his name? Is it you? Are you? You're not one of my little free. No.
I'm sure it's not Dave Bautista. That would be. I love Dave Bautista. I don't care if he's juicing or not. He's just a cool dude. He's just a great actor who has unfortunately been typecast as something much less than what he actually is.
Oh God, what the fuck is your name? The guy behind periodized hypertrophy. He's like a professor of exercise science, and is very open about the fact that because he is a like bodybuilder, that he is on like anabolic steroids.
Okay.
But he is more than willing to point out people who are lying about being on anabolic steroids.
Dr. Mike. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Mike.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, like, I don't hate somebody for juicing. I'm not.
Right, no. I hate somebody for lying about it.
Yeah, I will hate somebody. I will shit on somebody for lying about it, especially if they're not even putting like any artistry into their lying.
Right.
Like if there's no credibility to
out and being like, I live a primal lifestyle. No, the fuck you don't.
This did just hit me hit me like a truck to remember. I saw somebody on the people in this whole sphere of the world are insane, and one of the ones that I saw that was just completely mind breaking to me was a woman saying on Twitter, "I believe that before pasteurized milk and like antibiotic and like plastics and I can't even remember what else it was. Pasteurized milk was one of the big ones in there, and vegetarian diets. Everyone looked like this. The average woman looked like this, and the person that she was quoting, the picture that she had was Pamela Anderson, which I've never stopped laughing at somebody looking at Pamela Anderson and saying that this is what a person would look like on a natural carnivore diet. For one thing, one of the most obviously plastic surgery people on the planet. She was not hiding it at all. For another thing, very famously vegan.
Really?
Yeah, Pamela Anderson's a vegan activist. Keep up
with the rich and famous.
I am vegan, so I end up learning who some of the vegan celebrities are. It's like the famous ones are Anderson, Dinklage, and DiCaprio. And McCartney. Hard to forget Paul McCartney. Those are like the famous ones, but again, because I've been vegan for like over a decade, so but like it was just like so funny to me. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you like you think that like a Bavarian milkmaid looks like this in the 1500s?
Right. No, they looked like a fucking yoked woman who died at the age of 40.
Yeah, I presumably they look like a lot of different things because that's that's how life
but
works.
Not Pamela Anderson.
Pamela Anderson seems like a very unlikely case. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There's actually a really cool article from a couple that I read a couple years ago from Eleanor Joniga about like changing beauty standards, and one of those things that's kind of interesting is that medieval beauty standards for women wanted the belly, the like kind of pregnant looking belly,
right? And also like at least at one point or another, like that really aggressively receded hairline style.
Oh yeah, I do that one. Ooh, that one I can't. Well, Sharkray, it's not like they didn't want them to just be big. Like that's a different thing. It's is a body shape that's like, I guess, kind of pear-shaped specifically. It's like also still kind of thin. But it's like the types of clothes that were very fashionable through a lot of the medieval era in Central Europe would have a lot of like hanging cloth in the middle of your body. And so when people would draw idealized bodies, they would also kind of like emulate what that would look like underneath.
Right.
Which is neat, right? This is neat.
Yeah.
I think this is neat. What is Streamer University? I don't know. Isn't Streamer University the thing that Twitch does to like tell us how to like not get arrested for saying illegal things on stream?
Huh?
A chatter asked, "What is Streamer University?" And I'm like, "Isn't Streamer University like I think Twitch has like a thing called Streamer University? And it's just like a series of videos that are like, here's how to upload, here's how to do audio tracks, here's how to not get yourself murdered."
It appears to be a program launched by Kai Cenat.
Oh, that thing. Okay, whatever.
Most recent reincarnation of Marco Polo, Kai Cenat.
I don't know shit about Kai Cenat. I just know that he makes a lot of money. Literally know nothing else.
All I know is that he recently went to China, and it was a fascinating experience because everyone was playing off of everyone else.
Huh. I'm kind of interested about that. He goes around making money and doing really dumb stuff. It's illegal to say the phrase. I will not say that.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sorry, I'm just reminded of a streamer that I know who ate a Twitch ban for actually saying illegal stuff, and they were very offended by the fact that they ate a Twitch ban for doing a crime. I don't know what to do about this, man. And when they talked about it on Twitter, their comments were full of people saying that like it's only saying that it's not actually a crime, that Twitch is just like insufficiently racist.
Oh.
It was streamer drama is very silly sometimes. Streamerdom is a ridiculous place. Yeah, I don't know shit about Kai Cenat. The only thing I heard about that Streamer University thing he's doing is that the people who have been pulled into the program are disproportionately black, which cool. Go for it, Kai Cenat, if you want to make your social club and use it to disproportionately uplift black people in a hostile environment. I don't have an objection. It's fine. It's fine. Go right ahead. But yes. Where the fuck were we? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about the big streamers. I pay attention to...
I don't either. They don't usually fall into my menagerie of freaks.
I'm assuming that Johnny Somali does.
No. Okay. Johnny Somali isn't my kind of freak.
Okay, that's fair, because he's just depressing.
I prefer the hyper-religious and conspiratorial type.
Okay. You need him to be like genuinely strange. What do you think about the Zizians?
The Zizian, I haven't talked about them on stream yet. I probably will at some point.
Okay.
Despite the fact that demonstrably, through their actions, people are dead.
Yeah.
I find them very funny.
These are, I agree. The Zizians are simultaneously a murder cult and a very funny murder cult.
They are the funniest murder cult, yes. It has, especially given that like the primordial text of like their, can we call it a religion?
I do think that New Religious Movement does cover them.
Yeah.
I do think they get covered by New Religious Movement, which is a fancy.
That's the same category as Om Shinrikyo.
It's the academies for cult. Is New Religious Movement.
Yes.
Info dump about these guys you've never. Do you want to do the info dump or shall I? Do you want to do the quick summary?
Quick summary. A group of people basically became communal living radicals that believed in like was it effective altruism or was it just like
I'll back up here. I'll back it up here. Yeah. So, the Zizians are a small group of Silicon Valley tech bros that believe, as many of the Silicon Valley tech bros do, that the work that they are doing at ChatGPT to make autocomplete that is slightly longer autocomplete will literally create God.
Yes, they are like firm believers in Roscoe's basilisk.
Yep. Literally, they think that ChatGPT will literally not
figuratively, but like
they will God.
Their actions will somehow create the divine.
And honestly, a higher level of divinity than even the traditional Christian God, because they're proposing that this God will have retroactive past powers.
Right.
Will be able to retroactively change the past to punish people who insufficiently did work to shepherd God's birth. Another part of their belief, and this is the reason why the Zizians wind up being a kind of interesting and amusing group of people, is, well, and why they are in so much fucking trouble, is that they believe that if you have a strong enough reputation, for being an absolute violent psychopath who escalates in every situation, nobody will fuck with you. And they believe that you can just do this trivially. That if you just go around and anytime a person gives you like even moderate trouble, you shoot them, people will eventually figure out to leave you alone and not just shoot you. They think that this is something that you can still do in a 21st century context, and it is not just the sort of thing that belongs to Viking honor duels in the 9th century. So they have, in fact, killed some border patrol agents.
Yes, on the northern border.
Yeah.
The one thing that gets me the most, that gives me the funny giggles, is that one of the primordial texts of their belief, at least more primarily from an economic perspective, is a work of Harry Potter fan fiction.
Yup. Not only is their primary text for interpreting the planet and the world and how the future will go Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. That's their main text. But also where they get the name from. Where they get the name from, the Zizians, is from the web fiction Worm.
Yeah, Ziz.
Yeah. They've taken their name from two different incredibly cringe online fictions.
Yes.
Actually, I don't know if Worm qualifies as incredibly cringe, but naming yourself after a villain from it as your real life name is pretty bad. Yeah, Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. Why Harry Potter fanfic? So the Harry Potter fanfic in question, Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, is
it plays out more like, from what I haven't read it, but from what I understand, it plays out more like a dialogue between Harry Potter and various other characters about his superior socioeconomic system.
I have read it. Not all of it, because it's very long. I mean, it sucks, but I've also read worse. It's you are correct in stating that it is very much like a philosophical dialogue, right? It's like a Socratic dialogue type of situation,
right?
It's like a Socratic dialogue type of situation. So Harry Potter is not really like. He's not really Harry Potter. Harry Potter is just the mouthpiece for the author's views. That the author then contrasts with other characters will bring viewpoints and philosophies to Harry, and Harry will dismantle them.
Yes.
With facts and logic. and he'll get into theological arguments with Dumbledore and with Ron and stuff like that, and he early on identifies Hermione as of superior breeding stock that he must groom for future childbearing, because that's a normal way for 13-year-olds to think.
We're also into that sort of thing.
Yeah. Hello, Dulcet ASMR. I'm describing Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. It's a vile little piece of work, by some of the absolute S tier losers of the planet, and it has at the very least gotten some landlords and border patrol agents murdered.
Yes.
And several Zizians have. It's super straight. Yes, this is part of Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. This is Nanomancer is actually hitting on an extremely important part about this that I forgot to highlight. A key component of Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality and the whole underlying philosophy is this belief that death is an engineering problem.
Yep.
That the ultimate end, that the Grim Reaper is something that we can engineer our way around. And should. And that anybody who looks at life and says, I got 20, 30, 40, 50 more years left in me, that person is evil. That person is at war with life itself by accepting their mortality. It's an asshole perspective. Yeah. No, okay, actually, I'm trusting you on that, something original, because I gave up on Harry Potter after the 4th book. Sorry.
I mean, yes, Voldemort is basically like the whole thing is that he's just avoiding death.
Icarus, if he was genuinely fucking stupid. I don't know. There's something that's very funny about that phrase. I think Icarus but stupid is a good gamer tag.
Icarus but stupid. You got a hand for Icarus. He did go pretty high.
Yeah.
Were it
Icarus.
not for the engineering problem of the sun.
Yeah. And it's a bad holy text. It's a bad holy text. Like, it's not that good of a book in the first place.
It also comes with, as all holy texts usually do, it comes with its own version of like the Hadith.
That's true. It does.
The associated, like, the person of Ziz, who is also like a blogger, their blog posts. Like, this started basically on a Tumblr blog.
It did start as a Tumblr blog. That's true. Well, have any of these guys not read any AI takeover books or played Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4? I will say that here's the thing, right? Here's a very important thing to understand about the line of argument of haven't people read X, is that people can read X and then just not agree with it. Like, I've read Mein Kampf. Yeah. I just think it's bad. Like, I've read
a lot of books that I think are bad.
I just don't think that Hitler's vision of the future is good or worth following. It's like, I look at the world and I'm like, I think it would be good to have more equality and have people have more rights. And people are like, but you've read Mein Kampf, and the whole point of Mein Kampf is that not that. And I'm like, yeah, I just no.
I just don't agree.
I just don't agree. And the thing is, like, that can cut both ways. Somebody can read, can read I have no mouth and I must scream, and they would just be like, well, that's because they programmed AM wrong.
Right.
They just programmed AM wrong. They can look at they can look at Mad Max and just be like, Immortan Joe was just like didn't hold enough soldiers in reserve. That's what Fury Road is. That's what Fury Road is about. It's about tactical. It's about not overcommitting. Like, you can do shit like that. Like, you're allowed. Nobody can stop you. I can read Plato and be like, this sounds like stupid fascism. Like, you can just do that.
Yes, it is.
Because it is a fucking stupid government form. I went to high school with a lot of people watched Fight Club and thought the morals useless. I mean, this is the thing. Something original, right? Is like, that's such a common read of Fight Club, is that, like, say what you will about Fight Club, it did create a sense of camaraderie and togetherness. You know, it's absolutely a viable read of it. Doesn't mean it's a read that I like, but it's like, what am I supposed to do about that, man?
On the other side of the same coin, there are also people who are like, they will interface with media without any degree of like guards up against it.
Oh yeah,
and that's how you get teenagers who are super into Atlas Shrugged.
I remember reading Atlas Shrugged. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. I mean, I will say the most frustrating person for me in terms of media literacy is the guy I know who thinks that Zack Snyder's a communist.
What?
Yeah. Right?
Huh?
I know, right? He thinks that Zack Snyder's Superman is about transcending liberalism. That like the reason why liberals think that Zack Snyder is a right-wing guy is because they cannot comprehend an end to liberal capitalism that comes from the left. And so like he's viewing the Zack Snyder Superman as a Stalin or Lenin-esque figure. And I'm just like, but Zack Snyder's really in, like, we have very strong textual evidence that Zack Snyder's, like, one, super Christian, and two, really, really likes Ayn Rand. Like when you've reached the level of like weird communist analysis where you cannot tell the difference between Ayn Rand and Karl Marx, like I don't know what to do with you anymore. like when you're looking at Ayn Rand as like a leftist hero, I'm like really lost.
You have engaged in too much third worldism and are now incapable of realizing that Superman is just Jesus.
You think the liberals can't understand you can't think that liberals can't understand an end to capitalism, but no, it's you who can't understand what Jesus is. You have managed to get the level of media illiteracy where you can't understand that a piece of Western art might involve Christian iconography on purpose. Me when I have to watch.
People used to be really into it. This is important. You should remember it for later.
God, I don't know. That's like a level of like weird. That's like a thing about talking to. I'm just doing like a ranting about the VTuber community and like the weeb community of like not recognizing that a lot of art is in fact religious, and so much art is so religious that even art that isn't made by a religious person will often end up becoming religious because it's referencing other religious art. Because it's a tradition. It's an artistic tradition that exists in history. And that history often involves a lot of religion because religions give people very strong feelings, and people want to make art about big feelings because that's what we're doing here.
Right.
That's what we're doing here. You know? So like, and like sometimes they don't. Sometimes they fuck it up.
I will believe to my dying day that Evangelion is not religious in nature. He just thought it looked cool.
I mean, we have that on record. Anno just thinks it looks cool.
Right.
Anno's Evangelion's about Freud.
Yeah.
Evangelion's about attachment styles. Evangelion's about how if you force a child to become their own mother, they go schizophrenic.
Yes.
Like it's about how if you have an overbearing mother, you become depressed. Like,
despite all evidence to the contrary, this one isn't about Jesus.
Yeah, this is just random iconography. Meanwhile, One Punch Man is about Buddhism.
Yes.
It just is about Buddhism. Like he's wearing yellow and is bald. Like they're not letting you get away with this one.
He's clearly Shakyamuni.
Yeah. Oh, like the Hawkeye? No. Evangelion's about Freudianism. It's I like Evangelion a lot, but that is what it's about. Like it's about how different parenting styles produce different forms of trauma in the child. Like that's Freud, baby. That's Freud's
Getting stuck at the anal phase.
Getting stuck at the anal phase. Yeah. Oscar's stuck in the anal phase.
It's such a. I mean, I know it's technically like a perfectly valid form of like critique, but it's still so silly to say.
It is so silly to say. It is so silly to say. Yeah. The weirdest shit you've learned at 1 a.m. I mean, I feel like we're pulling our punches on some of this stuff. We could get so much weirder about this, man. I think that me and Director Nemo here have the expertise to get like real creepy about it. Like, we can get real bizarre. Not that one hospital seemed like everything else. Yeah. No. The other thing that needs to be understood about Evangelion is that the end of Evangelion movie is made as an explicit piece of hate against the fandom. Hideki Anno made End of Evangelion out of a place of hating the fandom, and the reason why Shinji is such a different person in the TV show, Shinji is supposed to be a coming of age character who overcomes horrible circumstances and learns to love himself despite having all these reinforcements telling him that he is worthless. In the movie, he is a sexual predator because Hideki Anno thought the fact that people's lesson from Evangelion was who is best girl was creepy. Which is entirely fair. Extremely fair. Extremely reasonable. Extremely reasonable. If your thought about... If you watch Evangelion and your thought is about which one of these 14-year-old girls you want to have sex with, you're creepy. Just a bit. Yeah, that's creepy. All right, Cosmo Krill, have a good night. Have a good night. You've gotten hooked on the conversation. I think we were talking about wrapping up soon. Yes. I think we were talking about wrapping up soon. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. for me. And a lot of Emperor's Armpits. I will say that there's a slight English correction there. A lot of anime characters end up hating their audience. Very few anime creators end up ending their audience, which is very impressive if they do so. But I don't think I've seen that happen. I will say that I did learn recently that the director of... Have you seen Tampopo or The Funeral? No. Or Minbo? Oh, this is Tampopo is one of my favorite Japanese films. It's a ramen western. It's about a lady who runs a ramen ya, and some cowboys decide that she sucks so much at running a ramen ya that they take over her shop for months. And it's this whole series of vignettes about Japanese food culture. But this is the part that I think you'll find very interesting. The director got assassinated by the Yakuza. Damn. He made a movie that was like about tactics for evading extortion by the Yakuza and like how to like get out from extortion from the mafia. And they threw him off a 16-story building. Jesus Christ. Yeah, crazy. Fucking crazy. That's how one of my favorite directors died. Well, the director of some of my favorite movies. I've only watched 2 of his movies. He's got like 8. But yes. So we are getting to the end of time, and I am slamming that snooze button. Mr. Director Nemo, where can the folks find you? On Twitch, over at twitch.tuvalu/Director Nemo. Director Nemo. His name is in the chat, but also that is him. That is Director Nemo. That's me. I'm him. Yes. Director Nemo is a smarty pants, and I'm grateful that we got this chance to talk, because mostly we've just been in each other's chats shouting whenever Tradle gives us bullshit results. Yeah. Like learning that like a major export of Gambia is X-ray machines, and that San Marino has as an aerospace sector. Fuck. It's always either that or super obvious. It's like, yes, this is an African country. Yeah. This country, there are fish here. There are fish. Fish, gold, cocoa beans. I always like going second world ones. Where I like the second world ones. Our Croatias of the world, where it's like, this economy is like 1/3 radio transmitters. It's like, okay. It's always radio equipment. It's almost always radio equipment. Yeah, it's like radio equipment or like cars or like. Yeah, antennas is like a big one. I think what was it like Slovenia is like 30% radar antenna or some shit ridiculous like that. Like,
that one stumped me. Anyway.
So, primary exports, chocolate clocks bankers. That one did throw me. I was thrown by the chocolate on Switzerland. But yes, we are going to raid out. Do you have a person you would like to raid?
Oh goodness.
I am not actually looking at Twitch, so I'm just looking at my Chatterino, which has a much more limited list.
I'm usually not up at this time, so if you want to pick someone,
I think. Oh no, we have an obvious one. We have an absolutely obvious one to raid. Big Ron.
Oh,
Big Ron is doing a 3,000 follower celebration stream where she is getting drunk and drawing. Ronin Historia.
I don't know if I'm familiar.
Oh, you don't know Ronin? Oh, Ronin is lovely. Ronin is perhaps the single person who's been the most helpful to me as a VTuber. She started watching me and promoting me when I was at like 1 viewer.
Aww.
And she was like already partner. It was very kind of her. I do Monster Prom with her. The next one's in a couple weeks.
Cool.
But me, her, Nyano, and Vexen Cat have been doing Monster Prom.
That seems like a logical choice then. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's come with a raid message. Older man, bunny, no, there's not a bunny. Rabbits? Okay, so there we go. That's one raid message. If you happen to be subbed to me, I will not count on us. We do not do this often enough for me to have a special to have your emotes ready. I know a couple people who managed to pull that off, which is sweet. The boys are back in town.
I like it.
Yes, and then raid Ronin Haw story. I think I can do her name from memory. Hell yeah. All right, folks. We're going to go over to Ronin's. She is doing a celebration stream where she's getting drunk and she is drawing characters based off of prompts. She usually does a very bad job. It's a very delightful time. Director Nemo, it has been lovely having you here. There's my Discord.
It's been lovely to be here.
I love this. And let's go say hi to Big Ron. Good night, folks.
Yeah. Good night.